Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Speed Training by Rumi. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He keeps smiling, no matter what. Mom, even without a quirk, do you think I could become like him? Izuku Midoriya stared down at her 4-year son as tears streamed down his cheeks and around that smile he had forced onto his face. He had been diagnosed quirkless, his dream had been crushed, and he had secluded himself to this old computer as he watched that video of his idol on repeat. She had no choice, she had a responsibility. She couldn't let her son pursue something as dangerous as heroics while having no quirk to protect himself. It would hurt him, but it would be for the best. She knelt down, embraced him, and, "Of course you can, sweetie," she said softly, tears rolling down her face. Izuku didn't say anything, he just buried his face in his mom's shoulder, wrapped his arms around her, and quietly sobbed. "Kaken, you need to stop." Izuku's lip trembled as he stood between his downed classmate and his former friend, backed by a pair of lackeys with wings and extendable fingers. "What? Trying to play hero again? Get real, Deku. You don't stand a chance without a quirk." Katsuki Bakugo, nicknamed Kaken by Izuku, put his fist into his palm and created a small explosion as a means of intimidation. When he saw that Izuku refused to back down, he nodded at his goons and let them go first, allowing them to soften Izuku up a bit before he had his fun. Katsuki stared, more than a little flabbergasted at the green-haired boy's stubbornness as he forced himself to his feet once more. "I thought I told you. You can't be a hero without a quirk." Izuku barely managed to shield the side of his head with his arm before another explosion sent him sprawling. Before Izuku could stand again, the winged goon stepped on his back, using his body weight to keep Izuku in place. "Even without a quirk, I'm going to become a hero, Kaken. Just you see, one day, I'll catch up to you," groaned Izuku, looking at his friend Bully through the corner of his eye from his position on the ground. Bakugo stared down at him quietly for about 5 seconds before growling. Izuku barely had time to notice the incoming foot before the world went dark. "Izuku, honey, what happened to you?" Izuku winced in pain. The river of tears coming from his mom's eyes were effective at washing the grime and dirt off, but he had a few open cuts that were getting a bunch of unnecessary salt into them. Nothing, Mom. Just trying to protect a classmate from some bullies. I just was too weak," he explained quietly as he stared at the floor. His mom sniffled, tears still in the corners of her eyes as she hugged her son. "It's good that you stood up for a classmate, but you're still only one boy. You can't just try to fight off bullies on your own. That's for your teachers to deal with. Do you know the names of who it was?" she asked softly. Izuku blinked up at his mom, opening his mouth and closing it. "No, I don't," he replied softly. He didn't want Kaken to get in trouble. Inko took a turn to be quiet before responding. "All right, sweetie, if you say so." "Hey, Mom?" asked Izuku. "Yes, sweetie. Can I use the computer again tonight? I want to watch All Might." Inko sighed. "Okay, sweetie, I suppose you could use it after the day you've had." She smiled softly. "I'll make some katsudon for you too. How does that sound?" Izuku's smile was like looking into the sun. "Yeah. Your katsudon is the best, Mom." "Here," declared All Might on the monitor. Izuku beamed as he watched his idol. He loved watching his debut video. As Izuku moved the mouse to play it again, he wound up accidentally clicking on another video. Blinking in confusion, Izuku watched as some anime from the pre-Quirk era began to play. It seemed this channel liked re-uploading stuff like that. "Why don't you just give up? You don't have any magic and you never will. You were born a loser," laughed some strange guy who seemed to have a quirk that let him summon chains, which he was using to pin down a boy with a black headband and hair that was a similar color to Kaken's. The boy growled, "Give up? I've had people tell me that my entire life, but let me tell you something. My magic is never giving up." Izuku's eyes widened at the display of perseverance from the boy on the screen. His 4-year-old brain was able to sort of piece together what was going on. The boy must have been quirkless like him, and that guy was a villain, but even so he still refused to give up, He was just like Izuku. And if he refused to give up, then Izuku would do the same. Izuku continued to watch, learning about the magicless boy named Asta. Born in a world without powers where power was everything, the two of them were alike. Though his personality also reminded him a lot of Kaken, and he couldn't help but laugh. He also saw another show, one that had heroes, though none of these heroes were real, and it seemed the logic of this world was very odd. But he learned through it about a man named Saitama, someone who wanted more than anything to be a hero, so he trained every day until he was strong. Stronger than anyone else. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Izuku mumbled to himself as he wrote down the workout routine. If he was going to be a hero, then he'd need to do that sort of training too. He barely got to his 5th push-up before his arms gave out and he was left face down panting on the floor. Clearly he was going to need some practice. After his mother recovered from the heart attack she got from her son randomly just leaving the house, and he managed to explain that he wanted to try running so that way he could train to become a hero, she decided to make him promise to only go on runs with her so that way she could make sure nothing bad happened to him. Izuku happily promised. He was excited to get to spend more time with his mom while also training to be a hero. Izuku Midoriya was truly blessed to have such a sweet son, even if he sometimes scared the living daylights out of her by acting first and thinking second. She also knew that she had started putting on a few pounds the last couple years, so she figured that going on the occasional run would be good for her. Even if her first run with her son barely lasted half a kilometer before the boy was already wheezing and out of breath. Baby steps for her baby boy. Less than a week after Izuku turned 9, something happened that would change the dynamic between him and Bakugo. For once it was just the two of them, no cronies backing Kaken up to help hold Izuku down and let him get cheap shots in. Of course that didn't mean he was gonna tuck tail and run. He didn't need any help showing this quirkless loser his PLA. Bakugo's train of thought came to a halt as he felt Izuku's fist in his stomach. Gritting his teeth, he flailed his arm to blast Izuku's face with his quirk, who in turn managed to block it with his other arm, though the force was enough to make him stagger back a few steps. Where the hell did you learn to punch like that? Truly he was Mitsuki Bakugo's son, not even in the double digits and already slinging curses the same way he throws out explosions. Izuku hissed as he rubbed his forearm, singed from the blast. He looked over at Katsuki. Your quirk is getting stronger, Kaken. Helps that you've got me to use as a test dummy, he said. But I still refuse to stop chasing after you. I'll chase you for the rest of my life if I have to. He pointed at Bakugo as he put on the most serious expression he could for a 9-year-old boy. Because my quirk is never giving up. Bakugo stared at him, dumbstruck by his words before gritting his teeth and charging at the green head. Don't you dare look down on my Deku! Kachan! Shouted Izuku in response as swinging fist met exploding palm. Izuku's body was exhausted, and his blood felt like it was boiling as he stared at the sky while lying on his back. How? Came the voice of the boy next to him. How could I lose to a quirkless extra like you? I don't think I really won that fight, groaned Izuku in response. If I didn't win then I lost. Especially against someone like you. Why are you so dim and stubborn? Isn't it obvious, Kaken? Izuku didn't even have the energy to turn his head to face Katsuki, simply staring at the sky instead. You're my rival. I want to be the #1 hero, but that can't happen unless I surpass you. Like that's ever gonna happen. Get real, Deku, there's no way you'll ever beat me again. I'm gonna make sure my quirk is strong enough to blow you away in one shot the next time I have to fight an extra like you. Grumbled Katsuki. Despite his everything hurting, Izuku couldn't help but laugh. You laughing at me? Demanded Katsuki. No, I'm just so happy. Let's keep making each other stronger, Kaken. Then we'll become the strongest heroes one day. Yeah, right, like that'll ever happen, Deku. Refusing to let Izuku have the last word, Katsuki forced his bruised body to its feet and started staggering home. Izuku sighed as he continued lying there. Guess it was my loss after all, he said to himself quietly. Years passed further from there, and Izuku steadily improved. By the time he reached middle school, he was able to do 50 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats before going on a 5K run with his mom every 3 days. He insisted that if she let him exercise every day he'd already be at Saitama's level, but his mom had to explain to him how muscles worked and that if he tried replicating Saitama's routine to the letter then he'd just hurt himself. Even then Izuku remained stubborn, so his mom had to fib a little and suggest that Saitama must have a quirk that lets his muscles heal fast enough each night to be ready the next day. Izuku wasn't entirely sure if he bought that but ultimately relented. Besides, if he couldn't exercise every day, then he'd just use those off days to study. He had long since realized that he had a talent for analyzing quirks. People always were fascinated by the things they couldn't have after all, and Izuku was no different. He had a shelf dedicated to his notebooks that he filled with drawings and details about just about every limelight hero out there, even a few underground ones. Inko was almost afraid to ask where he learned what he had about heroes who specialized in secrecy. Her son could be spooky sometimes. She still shuddered at the memory of the conversation they had when he brought up that her quirk could be used on a person's eyes and several of their internal organs. The imagery was graphic to say the least. Things had changed between Izuku and Katsuki as well. There was no more bullying, no more fights between them both. It seemed like Bakugo refused to face Izuku, both figuratively and literally, until he was strong enough to win. One of Bakugo's cronies was dumb enough to imply that the two of them had become friends, and that resulted in a 30-minute rant about how that quirkless loser was not his friend and never would be. Izuku was flattered that he cared so much. As for his other classmates, while they weren't willing to physically pick on Izuku without their ringleader to back them up, they weren't against throwing taunts and causing general trouble for Izuku, something that the teachers clearly couldn't care less about. Why would they? He was quirkless after all. But Izuku didn't particularly care how they treated him, because he could just smile and keep moving forward. This new normal continued all the way through middle school, until the day came that would change Izuku's life forever. It had been a good day. A great day even for Izuku. He had gotten a front row seat to the debut of 2 rising star heroes, and managed to put 2 brand new entries in volume 24 of his hero notebooks for the future. Well, okay, maybe good was a stretch. He still had to go to school after all. Don't get him wrong. He loves learning. He knows that he'll need smarts if he ever has any hope of becoming the #1 hero someday. But Aldra Middle School's faculty wasn't shy about their opinions on the quirkless, and unfortunately their mentality was very infectious to the impressionable students who went there. And it's not like he could pretend otherwise, not that he would even want to. His red shoes might have been a neon sign that said, "I'm quirkless." Izuku couldn't help but be reminded of how in the 1940s, Germany had forced people of certain minorities to wear badges that made it clear taut hair around them that they were a part of said minority. Of course he wasn't stupid enough to bring up such parallels in public. He didn't feel like getting another detention because he provoked his classmates into using their quirks, or some equally asinine reasoning. Izuku shook his head, compartmentalizing those thoughts before burying them. All they'd do is stress him out if he continued focusing on them throughout the day. He had been working on his sketch of MT Lady's costume when the voice of his teacher grabbed his attention. "Come on, class. You're middle school seniors. Time you started thinking seriously about your futures." He pulled out a small stack of papers and put them on his desk. "Now normally I would hand these papers out and you'd answer them to help determine your future career course." Then, with a grin, he tossed the papers into the air. "But of course, I know you're all settled on becoming heroes, right?" Izuku went back to sketching. The only thing more obvious than Aldra Middle School's views on the quirkless was their desire to ride the coattails of any future heroes that came from their school. 18 of his classmates cheered as they started firing off their quirks. Yes, your quirks are all wonderful, but try not to use them during school," said the teacher, putting so little effort in reprimanding his students it could be barely considered as such. "Oi teach, don't lump me in with these extras," came the voice at 11 o'clock from Izuku's seat. His eyes moved to see Kaken, sitting there with his feet on his desk and a smug look on his face. The corners of Izuku's mouth quirked upwards as he saw his rival stand on his desk. "We all know my quirks in a whole other ball game. The comparison is insulting." Some of their classmates booed Katsuki for his arrogance, but he took it in stride and challenged all of them to come at him. "I'm going straight to UA from this dumpster of a middle school, You're all looking at the next number 1 her dash. Oh yeah, you plan to go to UA as well, right Midoriya? Izuku felt his blood run cold as the teacher cut Kaken off. Now there were 19 pairs of eyes on him. Bakuga didn't turn to face him. They both knew Izuku still hadn't caught up yet, but he also had no interest in taking part what came next. Then came the laughing, the jeering, things Izuku was accustomed to. Don't shout. Don't react. Don't get sent to the principal's office again. He thought to himself. He took a deep breath. In through his nose, out through his mouth. Laugh all you like, I'm going to. I have to try at least. Cue another wave of laughter, even the teacher wasn't holding back. Izuku grimaced, his face looking like he bit into a sour lemon. He sighed before going back to sketching, the paper illuminated by the light of Kaken's explosions as he got everyone's eyes back on him so he can go back to bragging. The school certainly loved stroking his ego. Izuku was packing his things and checking his phone. Looks like the incident from this morning had made the top of the hero forum he was a part of. He reached over for notebook 24, only to feel nothing but the hard wood of his desk. Lookin' for something? His gaze moved to see his notebook being held out of reach in the lengthened fingers of his classmate. Please give that back, he said calmly as he reached over to grab it. Suddenly 2 more classmates grabbed him from behind, holding him in place. Hero analysis for the future, really? Asked the bully as he looked at the notebook before walking towards the window. Please, as if defenseless Izuku ever is gonna need this, it's better off as fish food. He then tossed it out the window and into the koi pond outside. Ooh, nailed it. The classmates holding him back chuckled. Izuku stared at the floor. From the corner of his eye he could see him. Kaken, hands in his pockets and backpack hanging off one shoulder. Watching the scene quietly. He felt those long fingers wrap around his head as the bully's palm pressed into his forehead, forcing his head up so that he could see his face. Honestly, Midoriya, if you want to be a hero that badly, maybe you could save us all from having to look at your ugly mug and take a swan dive after that notebook of yours. Heck, maybe you'll get lucky and wind up with a quirk in your next life. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Did this guy really just? The other two's laughter was a little more awkward. Guess even they thought that was pushing the envelope a bit. You done? I'd like to go home now, Izuku said quietly. The bully scoffed before looking at the other two and nodding. They let go and the 3 walked out of the classroom. Looks like they finally lost interest. Izuku crouched down and scooped up his bag from the floor, gathering up what had fallen out before putting it onto his back. He then started walking for the door. Just as the two's paths crossed, Katsuki spoke up. Surprised you didn't decide to feed them their own teeth. I saw the way your arm was positioned. One swift elbow to the nose and you'd have gotten loose. Neither of them looked at the other as they spoke. Didn't feel like stressing mom out with another detention. Besides, winning fights is your thing. I'm more interested in saving people. Whatever you say, Deku, at least you're not crying to me about not helping. Trust me, Kaken, if I needed saving you'd know. And if I ever needed to be the one to save you, I'd do it. Bakugo scoffed. Please, I'm gonna be the hero who always wins, like there's ever gonna be a situation where you'll need to save me. Of course, you always win. See you tomorrow, Kaken. Say hi to Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru for me. Whatever, Deku, that wasn't a no. Izuku smiled a little as he made his way to the exit. On his way out he passed his teacher talking to those 3 students, a proud look on his face. Hearing him mention extra credit to those 3 killed Izuku's smile. After fishing out his notebook, Izuku started heading home, already thinking about how much of a pain it's gonna be to replace everything in it in a new notebook. Looks like hero research was going to have to wait tonight. His head kept looping what his classmates said on loop. Take a swan dive out the window. Ignore them. Ignore that. He ordered himself. No way am I gonna let a bunch of bullies deter me. Mom believes in me, Kaken believes in me. He reminded himself. He knew he could do it, he just had to keep his head held. Well, what do we have here? A guy's in medium size. Izuku slowly looked over his shoulder. Large man, body composed entirely of liquid save for his teeth and eyes, currently looking over him with his amorphous moving to encase him. Gotta move now. Izuku leapt forward, but he was too slow. The villain grabbed his right arm and leg, and was now beginning to travel up his arm. He called him a guise. Realizing the implications, Izuku quickly SE in a breath and shut his mouth before his mouth and nose were covered. The villain was trying to force his way in. He can feel it in his nose. He was going to need a long shower after this. Stop struggling, kid. I just want to use your body for a bit. Don't struggle, it'll only hurt for about 45 seconds, and then it'll be over, gurgled the villain. Izuku actually had to pause for half a second because wow, that sentence sounded awful. Shoot, he let himself get distracted. He went back to squirming, desperately hoping to wiggle one of his arms free so he could try to aim for the villain's weak points. Gotta thank you, kid, you're my hero, never thought he would be in town. The villain seemed to be paying his struggles no mind. He barely noticed Izuku trying and failing to free himself. Damn it, not like this? Kaken, forgive me. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut as he continued to squirm, even as he found his struggling to be draining himself of energy. Suddenly there was a loud clanging of metal. Have no fear, boy. That voice. Izuku opened one eye. For I am here, declared All Might. Texas? Smosh. Suddenly the area was filled with a bunch of wind pressure that knocked the villain right off of him. Izuku gasped, finally able to get a refill on fresh air. He grunted as he hit the ground and rolled. He lied there for a while, relishing the fresh air before sitting up. He was dazed, trying to get a grasp on what happened. At first he didn't see anything, wondering if that had all just been one big hallucination. Then he noticed All Might to the side, crouching down as he seemed to be doing something. Izuku staggered to his feet before looking around. There it was. He picked up his notebook. Lucky for him, all the wind seemed to have the moisture out of the pages the same way the villain had been pulled off of him. What got there, my boy? Looking for a fresh page to ask for an autograph on. Izuku looked up to see All Might's face inches from his own. Having leaned down to be closer to eye level with him, that smile of his ever-present on his face. Izuku quietly stared for a few moments before his brain finally caught up to reality. All Might? He practically screeched as his arms flailed in surprise, the boy falling on his butt and his notebook going into the air. In the blink of an eye, All Might pulled something from his pocket with one hand while catching the notebook in the other, before swiftly writing something on two of the pages. Izuku stared in surprise. Would this suffice? He asked before showing the autographed notebook to Izuku. Izuku let out a very indescribable sound of surprise as he took the notebook and leapt to his feet. Thank you, sir. This is wonderful. It'll be a family heirloom for generations to come. He exclaimed while frantically bowing to All Might again and again. Think nothing of it. In fact, I must thank you, young man. This slippery fella almost gave me the slip, replied All Might before pulling out a 2-liter bottle of some weird green liquid that looked very familiar to Izuku. Then he noticed the eyeball. How the hell did he get that guy into the bottle? Izuku wondered to himself. Then he realized something. The number one hero himself was here. This was the perfect time to ask, to see what All Might if all people thought about his dream. Well, I'm off to deliver this guy to the authorities, said All Might as he turned to depart. Wait, already? I was hoping to ask you, said Izuku, reaching for the number one hero. I'm afraid I can't, boy. Pro heroes are constantly fighting against not only villainy, but time as well. Now then, be sure to keep cheering me on, said All Might as he squatted down before leaping into the sky. Toshinori Yagi would have breathed a sigh of relief at managing to leave the kid he saved behind before burning out his time limit, but that sort of thing isn't quite as easy when you're short a lung and stomach. And if the sounds of a screaming teenager coming from his left leg were to be believed, he didn't do a very good job at ditching him. Hey, what are you doing? I love my fans and all, but this is a little extreme. Come, let me go, he ordered hastily. No way. I don't want to die, the green-haired boy cried out in response. Oh, right, fair enough. Please, I just need to ask you a question, exclaimed the boy, the wind doing all kinds of disturbing things with his face. All right. Just Close your eyes and mouth until we land, please, relented All Might. Once the boy hit his face against his leg, All Might turned his head to make sure he'd be able to still stick the upcoming landing. Feeling a cough coming, he quickly brought his fist to his mouth. Sheet, he thought when he saw blood on it. Izuku's breathing was heavy and his legs were shaking. On one hand, he was annoyed at himself for lacking the constitution to handle something like that, though on the other he was fairly certain someone could probably count the number of people capable of handling something like that without getting rattled on one hand. That was very reckless, young man. Reprimanded All Might before looking around. They had landed on a roof somewhere in the middle of the city. Thankfully there was a door leading inside they could use to get downstairs. Is it all right if I unload you downstairs? I really need to get going. Wait, please, there's something important I need to ask you, exclaimed Izuku as he managed to force himself to his feet. Young man, there's no time dash. I need to know. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I've spent my whole life dreaming to be a hero, but I was born without powers. All Might's eyes widened. Your quirk? His attempt at responding was cut short by a sharp pain in his side. Even so, there are those who believe in me, and I need to hear it from the best of the best. Can I ever hope to be someone like? Izuku's question was cut short as the number one hero was suddenly enveloped in a cloud of smoke? No, it was more like steam. What the hell? Izuku wondered, squinting his eyes as he tried to focus on the silhouette of All Might in the cloud. When it dissipated, all that was left in his place was a man who looked more like a skeleton than a person. What the hell? Are you really All Might? Izuku, unsurprisingly, couldn't believe his eyes. I am Quirk. The man's attempt at responding was cut short as his white t-shirt was stained with the blood he started vomiting up. If that can't be. All Might is a mountain of a man. You look like a corpse. Izuku exclaimed. You know how some guys at the pool SCK in their gut to make themselves look bigger than they are? Principle with my muscle form. Explained All Might as he rubbed the blood from his lips. Izuku was speechless, so the man sighed before grabbing the left side of his shirt and lifting up. Izuku repressed the urge to GG when he saw the scar. Pretty gross, right? A villain gave me that about 5 years back, lost some organs in the process, and I wound up withering into, well, this. Izuku stared at the injury for a few seconds before meeting the man's eyes. Toxic Chainsaw was able to do that to you? PFD, you know your stuff, kid. But nah, that guy was just a 2-bit thug. The guy who did this was so vile he got scrubbed from history. Someone strong enough to obliterate one of my lungs and my stomach. Thanks to him, I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. All Might corrected him, while still impressed with the boy's knowledge. Look, kid, that smile you see me wear all the time is sadly a mask, meant to keep the hopes of the innocents high and the morale of villains down, because justice can never succumb to villainy. That's why this injury and form have been kept secret all this time, so I'm gonna have to ask you to keep quiet about it. Don't go telling your friends about it, 'kay? Izuku resisted the urge to scoff. What friends? He almost asked the question aloud. A pro is always laying their life on the line, so I can't in good conscience give you the answer you're hoping for. I don't think you should try to be a hero without a quirk to protect yourself. There are other professions out there that are just as respectable, like a police officer or a doctor, but a hero? No. Izuku stared at the ground, the weight of All Might's words threatening to crush him. All Might walked past him and to the door. There's nothing bad about having dreams, but we all need to wake up eventually. He then shut the door behind him, leaving Izuku to just blankly stand there and stare for a while. Take a swan dive, and hope you get a quirk in your next life. The familiar sound of explosions woke Izuku up. He looked around, realizing he was standing in some alleyway. How long had he been zoned out? Seems it had been less than an hour going off the shadows. His feet must have just started moving on their own. Then he noticed the crowd gathering at the alley across the street. It was almost like something was beckoning Izuku to go there, and his legs obeyed. After pushing his way through the crowd, he finally saw what the commotion was about. That villain from before. It must have gotten loose when. No, it's my fault, and now someone else. Wait, those explosions, and I recognize that hair. Izuku realized who the sludge villain had captured. He was holding Kaken hostage and was trying to suffocate him the same way. What's worse is that the heroes weren't doing anything to help. Yeah, there was fire around and it was too narrow for Mount Lady, but there were at least 3 heroes standing there and staring. But then again, it's his fault that this situation was happening in the first place, and now Kaken was going to and that's when their eyes met. Izuku could see it, the look of fear in his former friend's face. He was going to die if someone didn't act. And without even realizing it, he acted. With a scream, he broke through the crowd and weaved past the heroes, charging straight at the villain. The cries of the heroes telling him to stop went on deaf ears. I can't stop running, so I might as well make it count, thought Izuku. You're toast, kid, gurgled the villain as he reared his arm back, preparing to attack him. Izuku's eyes widened as it felt like the world suddenly crawled to a stop. Gotta think fast. One villain. Quirk, amorphous body, physical attacks won't do anything. Then his attention zeroed in on the villain's eyes. They were solid. Right. Think fast. He shouted as he took his backpack off and threw it, the items scattering out and flying straight into the villain's face. Something must have connected, because the villain suddenly made a sound of pain and moved his head back, one of his eyes now squeezed shut. Those moments were enough to give Katsuki some breathing room, both figuratively and literally. Kaken! He called to his rival, digging his hands into the sludge as he tried to search for wherever Katsuki's body was in there. What the hell? How are you here? Demanded Bakugo as he watched Izuku try to free him. Don't ask me. My legs just brought me here on their own. He shouted in response. Crap, the villain was starting to gain his bearings. In that moment, memories came flooding to Izuku. That smile you see me wear all the time is sadly a mask. Of course you can, sweetie. I don't think you should try to be a hero without a quirk. I can't be the #1 hero until I surpass you. Somehow, despite everything, Izuku found himself smiling at the blonde boy, though his eyes looked like he wanted to cry. Isn't it obvious, Kaken? He asked before pulling his arms back and then plunging them into the villain. Finally finding what he was looking for, he pulled with all his might, enough to yank Bakugo out. Most of him anyway, his feet were still stuck. There's no way I could stand by and watch you die. Katsuki stared at Izuku in shock as he watched him pull something like this off, before gritting his teeth. Get the hell off me! He shouted, firing an explosion off in the villain's face as he tried to propel themselves both away. Unfortunately, the villain refused to let go. Grr, that's it, you brats, I'm done playing with you. He swung his arm at them, and their eyes widened, knowing that neither of them would be able to react to it in time. He could hear the heroes crying out in panic, knowing that the boys were about to die. Thankfully, there was someone else who did. Izuku and Katsuki stared at the broad back of the #1 hero. I really am pathetic, aren't I? All might, but... Izuku's concerns for the pro's time limit went unsaid. I told you the traits that make a great champion, but it seems I wasn't living up to my own ideals. Declared All Might as he moved to grab the arms of both boys, holding onto them for dear life as he reared back his arm. Oh boy! Was all Izuku could think as he used his free arm to hug Katsuki close to him, knowing what was coming next. Pros are always risking their lives, that's the true test of a hero. Didn't you, All Might? Snarled the villain as it tried to attack one last time, but it was useless. Detroit SMSH! Shouted All Might as he blasted the villain away with a bunch so strong it created a localized tornado in the alleyway. Izuku clung to Bakugo as tight as he could as they both flailed in All Might's grasp. Izuku did his best not to meet Bakugo's gaze. The guy had a scowl, something fierce. While Izuku was being chewed out by the pros for being so reckless, he was being praised to heaven and back for how brave he'd been in such a crisis. As for All Might, the man fled the scene like a bat out of hell once the villain was dealt with and the rain he summoned via the tornado dealt with the fires. After a while, the boys were let go. Izuku could see the sun setting on the horizon. It was just the two of them and the silence was deafening. I don't like that you helped me, nerd. Katsuki said abruptly, making Izuku practically jump. But that doesn't change the fact that I almost suffocated. Buncha pros standing there like lumps on a log, and yet it took a quirkless middle schooler to get me loose. How embarrassing. Would not have even been in that situation if not for me, mumbled Izuku. Suddenly there was a sharp pain in his arm. He gripped his arm before looking over at Katsuki, who still had his fist raised. Ow? I don't know what happened before you wound up in that alley, but if you so much as think about giving up on chasing after me, I'll blast you so hard it'll take anti-Inko weeks to glue you back together. Izuku scoffed. Come on, Kaken, that's a nice dream, but maybe it's time to wake Dash. The sound of a detonation going off in Bakugu's fist and a look of murder in his eyes were enough to shut him up. Deku, he said menacingly. Yes, Kaken. Sorry, Kaken. Shutting up now, Kaken. Izuku squeaked. Good, now then, I'm going home. You'd better not do anything stupid, nerd. Katsuki then turned and walked away. Izuku silently watched him go before sighing. He wasn't even sure what the next step for him was from here. I am here to speak to you about an important matter, young man. Looking back, Izuku is pretty sure he leapt at least a few feet into the air when All Might suddenly appeared from around the corner. All Might? How long have you been there? Exclaimed Izuku. Ha! Don't worry about the dash. His response was cut short by a repeat of the vomiting blood GG. Once he was done, he rubbed the blood from his lips and focused his dark eyes on the boy. Ahem. Sorry about that. I came here because I wanted to talk to you about what happened earlier with that villain. Izuku grimaced before bowing. You're probably furious with me. I caused that villain to get loose and forced you to hurt yourself to fix it, he said, staring at the ground and refusing to meet the eyes of the man he'd idolized ever since he was a child. No, that's wrong, replied All Might. I came here to thank you. After hearing your story, after seeing the things you did for the sake of your friend, I take it. Kaken is my rival, not my friend, replied Izuku without looking at him. All Might raised an eyebrow. That response had been weirdly quick. Regardless of your relationship, you rushed in to save him. You, a boy with no quirk, did more work on your own than half a dozen pros combined, and then they had the nerve to be angry at you. Self-projection at its finest, in my opinion, replied All Might. Izuku finally lifted his head, his face one of confusion. All Might, what are you saying? He asked, almost afraid to assume where this was going. Most of the greatest heroes all have a line that they've said at one point or another, my body moved on its own before my mind could. That's what happened today with you, isn't it? Explained All Might. Izuku felt his knees give out as he stared at All Might, the thin man becoming a silhouette in front of the setting sun. Tears streamed down his face as his idol spoke to him. When was the last time he had cried over something? He couldn't remember. He'd thought his tears had dried up a long while ago, but here he was being proven wrong. I'm not going to say that you can become a hero, because, young man, you already are one. And that's why I've decided to make you the successor of my power. Izuku blinked, tears still in the corners of his eyes. Looks like it had been a great day for Izuku after all. Was the best Izuku could muster as he tried to wrap around what All Might just said. I want to give you my quirk, explained All Might, as if that was meant to magically explain everything. Quirks don't work that way? Said Izuku uncertainly. Mine does. While it might be officially put down as some generic sort of super strength, the truth is that it's much more complex, having the power to be transferred to someone else, a sacred torch passed from hero to hero, each with the hope that they would make the world a better place, and I've decided that you should become my successor. Explained All Might, pointing his finger right at the boy. A quirk that can be transferred to others. Fascinating. To think that such a thing was possible would revolutionize the way quirks are perceived. I can see why something like this has been kept under wraps. And All Might blinked as he watched the boy transform into a muttering machine. When did he pull that All Might-themed notebook out? His hands never even moved towards his bag. A kid, he said, raising his hand to snap his fingers in front of the boy's face. No reaction. Kid? He asked a little louder. No reaction. Stop geeking out for a minute and listen. He shouted. That did the trick. Izuku looked up from his notebook and back at the number 1 hero, eyes wide and an almost innocent look of confusion on his face. All Might coughed into his fist before sighing. Like I was saying, this quirk is special, with one person training the power before eventually passing it down to the someone else that they chose to be their successor. The name of this quirk is One for All. One for all, murmured Izuku in almost awe. Then a serious expression crossed his face. I'm assuming this is something that I'll need to keep secret as well. All Might nodded his head. Of course. And I would like to say up front that you are more than free to refuse this power, should you consider it too much a burden to bear. He said before grinning at him. Though after the things I've seen you do within the first day I've met you, I get the feeling that that's not gonna happen, is it? Izuku gave him a weak grin before turning serious again. He then raised his hand with 2 fingers up. 2 people, he said. Pardon? All Might raised an eyebrow. If I'm to be your successor, there are 2 people who I have to share this secret with. No, it's more accurate to say that these 2 are people that I don't have the heart to lie to. The only 2 people who ever had faith in me before I met you today. Explained Izuku before bowing to him. If I'm going to become your successor, then this is non-negotiable. All Might, I'm sorry for making such a demand. Young man, you are aware that sharing this secret could put these people in question at risk. Do you truly feel that this is something that you must share with them? Asked All Might. Absolutely, said Izuku, raising his head to meet All Might's. Toshinori could see the look of determination in his eye. The kid wasn't going to budge on this, was he? Pretty gutsy, being offered a gift like this and then turning around to make demands. Said All Might, watching Izuku's expression. When it didn't waver, he smirked at him. Can't say I don't like it. Who are the people you want to tell? The first is my mother. I think it would ultimately be more practical to simply give her the truth at the start rather than dance around it for who knows how long. Explained Izuku. That gave the old man pause, memories of his own mentor coming to him before shaking them off. She'd been gone for a long time now and he couldn't let himself be distracted. That sound logic. Said All Might with it. Who's the second person? Izuku chuckled weakly. Funnily enough, you've already kinda met him. You remember the person I was trying to save from the sludge villain? All Might thought for a moment. The one that you call your rival, Kaken, was it? Izuku had to stifle a laugh at the sound of All Might referring to Katsuki by the nickname Izuku had been using since they were kids. Wisem. Though, Kaken is just a nickname, his actual name is Keikatsuki Bakugu. Geez, using Kaken's given name felt so unnatural. Izuku had to resist the urge to bite his own tongue off. We're both planning to enroll in UA next year and Kaken is very smart. I doubt he'd buy any excuse either of us could come up with about me suddenly having a quirk, and honestly I'd rather not lie to him. All Might let out a thoughtful hum. Well, you clearly seem to hold the boy in high esteem, and if what you said is true, then it's entirely possible that he could figure out One for All's nature even if you didn't tell him. Izuku nodded his head. He may come across as bold and brash, because he absolutely is, but Kaken is also incredibly smart and hardworking. He explained before scratching the back of his head with a chuckle. And he also admired you a lot, just like I do, though he's way too tsundere to ever admit it out loud. All Might found the admission endearing enough to earn a chuckle out of him. Now the question is how we go about telling them. This isn't exactly something you can just drop on them with a text message. Izuku sighed. Right, who would be dumb enough to do something as careless as that? Imagine if someone got into their phone and was able to learn about your secret. Not quite what All Might meant, but he couldn't condemn a healthy amount of paranoia from a quirkless kid living in a superpower society. Who knows what kind of quirks were out there? If it's not too much to ask, we could probably just go tell my mom now. Are you sure? I take it she's not at work right now or something? Asked All Might. Izuku shook his head. No. I guess we'd better start walking though. It'll probably be dark by the time we get to my house. I take it you don't have enough energy to transform and jump there. I do not know. Izuku checked his phone. If we hurry, we can probably make it to the next train. Toshinori was thankful that nobody questioned why a man as creepy looking, yes he was capable of admitting it, as him was hanging around a middle school boy. He was doubly thankful that they were able to reach the station in time to take a trip to the area the boy lived. Izuku Midoriya, said the boy. Come again? Asked Toshinori. I just realized that with everything that happened, I forgot to tell you my name. Izuku explained. All Might blinked once, twice, 3 times, and then he face-palmed. We did end up skipping over introductions, didn't we? He said with a sigh. Well, I mean, I knew who you were at least, All Might, replied Izuku. My boy, this may come as a shock to you, but my given name is not All Might. Deadpanned the old man. Izuku couldn't help but give a weak chuckle at that. Moreover, having you refer to me as All Might when I'm like this is a recipe for secret spilling, and since you're my student you of all people deserve to hear this. My name is Toshinori Yagi. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Midoriya. He extended his hand to the boy, despite their awkward position sitting next to each other on the train. Izuku's eyes widened. Getting to learn All Might's name was just the cherry on top of the ice cream sundae this day was. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yagi-sensei, he replied, shaking his hand with his own. All Might couldn't help but smile. The more time he spent with this kid, the more he grew on him. Mom, I'm home, Izuku called as he opened the door to his home, letting Yagi-sensei look around and get a feel for his home. Izuku baby, where have you been? I've been so worried. His mother's concerned questioning faded in favor of her simply staring in shock at the tall blonde man, who was in turn staring at her in shock. Sweetie, who is this? Mom, this is Toshinori Yagi. I brought him here to discuss something important with you. Yagi-sensei, this is my moth, Yagi-sensei. Izuku's attempt at introductions were cut short as he realized that his mentor was still staring at his mentor, wearing the expression of a man who'd just seen a ghost. Nana? Asked the man softly, which only confused Izuku and concerned his mother further. Sensei, please. He snapped his fingers in front of the man's face. No response. Mom, cover your ears, said Izuku before inhaling and cupping his hands around his mouth. Stop staring into space for a minute and focus. He shouted. That did the trick. Oh, all right, apologies, madam. You just reminded me of a loved one. It was a bit of a shock, he explained before politely bowing, which seemed to alleviate, well, not all of his mother's worries, but at least a portion of them. I suppose I can forgive that, though I still would like to know why you're here, Yagi-san, said the elder Midoriya. Toshinori turned to Izuku, who nodded his head. The man then took a deep breath before turning into All Might. I am here to make your son into my successor, declared the #1 hero. Inko's jaw dropped. She seemed so dumbstruck that she barely reacted when All Might shrunk back down in a burst of steam while coughing up blood. Izuku handed him a paper towel that he had at some point grabbed from the kitchen when no one was looking. Toshinori thanked him before using it to clean the blood off his chin. Izuku then turned his attention to his mother. Mom, please focus, we can't do the shouting bit back to back like that. Asked his mom as she looked over at him, then back at Toshinori. You're All Might? She asked uncertainly. That's right. I met your boy while protecting him from a villain, twice, explained Toshinori, mumbling that last word over his breath while Izuku suddenly found the wall next to him to be very interesting, and after discussing some things, I've decided to become his mentor. He wanted to introduce me to you so that way I could have your permission. You want to train my son? But why? Izuku's mother was still clearly confused. I won't go into details, but your son helped remind me of what it means to be a hero, and I've decided that he's who I want to inherit my power. Inherit your what? Maybe we should go sit down, Mom. This might take a while to explain, suggested Izuku. Allow me to make sure I understand this properly, said Inko, Toshinori's body becoming absolutely rigid as he swore he could feel the temperature in the room drop. You save my son from a villain, carelessly reveal what is probably one of Hero Society's closest guarded secrets. That one was my fault, Mom. Don't blame Izuku's attempts to argue in his mentor's defense were cut short with just a look from his mother. Crushed his dreams, his mother continued listing things off, left him alone on a rooftop despite knowing that he's quirkless and having just crushed his dreams, All Might felt his blood go cold at the implications, and all Izuku could do was stare at his lap. Save him from the same villain again, approach him while he was at his emotionally lowest, reveal another of Hero Society's closest guarded secrets, and now you want me to trust his care to you? Did I miss anything? Well, I'd say that is a fine summary of our day. All Might didn't have anything to defend himself. Mom, please dash. Izuku tried to say something but he was cut off. It seems his mom wasn't done. My maternal instincts are telling me I should both figuratively and literally kick you out of our home. Number 1 hero be darned. Said Inko, causing Toshinori to shrink further under her glare before her expression managed to soften. But you still did save my son's life. Twice in fact. What? Now All Might was confused. The first time you saved him, he was simply in danger through bad luck, but the second time you forced yourself to step in at the risk of your own health, saving both him and Katsuki. I'm friends with his parents, and I know they'd be devastated had something happened to them. Moreover, I can tell that your offer to him wasn't born out of manipulation, but out of both a desire to apologize for your previous transgressions and because you truly believe my son is worthy of your quirk. I've done my best to support my son and his dream, even when the rest of the world tried to put him down. Do I think there's a possibility of him becoming a quirkless hero? Yes. Though I won't lie and pretend that I'd be constantly scared of the day when Izuku was forced to face something out of his league. What you're offering isn't just the ability to fight back against villains, but for him to truly become the hero he wishes to be. Said Inko, taking a deep breath once she finally finished saying everything that was on her mind before looking at Toshinori. So, if you can promise me, All Might, that you will do everything you can to train my son to use your power, and everything in your power to protect my son, then I will allow you to become his mentor. Izuku could only stare in shock. His mom really was the best, wasn't she? Mrs. Midoriya, said Toshinori as he stood to his feet. I promise that I won't just do everything in my power to train your son. He then strained himself in order to buff up one last time. But instead I will go beyond and help him become the greatest hero the world has ever seen. He then grunted as he shrank down, steam coming from his body as he pressed his lips together, probably trying to keep the blood in his mouth at bay. Inko stared at him in silence for a moment before inhaling through her nose and exhaling through her mouth. Very well then. And please, call me Inko, Yagi-san. She said with a small smile. All Might managed to swallow whatever was building up in his mouth before forcing a smile of his own. Very well, Inko-san. He said politely. Now then, I'm assuming you have a plan of sorts when it comes to training my son? Toshinori's smile faltered for half a second. Sort of. The specifics still need to be written down, but first we'll need to start with some strength training to build up his muscles and... Izuku watched his mom and All Might talk back and forth as they discussed his plans for the next 10 months, and he couldn't help but smile a bit. Once Katsuki finally escaped to his room from the hag's nagging, he tossed his bag into the corner and practically collapsed in his bed. It had been a long day after all, and he wanted to rest for just a DMN minute. That minute was cut short by a notification of a text message on his phone. Katsuki swore he could feel a vein on his forehead bulging out. He swore to all that was holy and good in this world, if some DMN extra from school was texting him about what happened today. Deku, Kaken, Takoba Beach, day after tomorrow, 5 a.m., meet me. Deku, bring your ultra-rare All Might card. Kaken? Kaken, why? Deku, can't go into details. Confidential. Deku, trust me. Kaken, nerd, I swear to sheet if you don't give me specifics I'm gonna rearrange your face at school tomorrow. Deku, trust. Deku. Katsuki took a deep breath, not wanting to damage anything in his room by exploding. Kaken, if this turns out to be some elaborate prank I'm going to make you wish you were never born. Kaken, if the next message you send is something along the lines of too late, then I won't be there. Deku, trust me Kaken, this is anything but a prank. In fact it's pretty important, otherwise I wouldn't be asking you to wake up at the unholy hours and meet me in what is now essentially a garbage dump. Kaken. Kaken, damn it, fine. Kaken, see you tomorrow nerd. Deku, see you Kaken. Deku, don't forget your card. I'm bringing mine too. Kaken, yeah. Katsuki tossed the phone. He had enough Deku for one day. He needed to get some sleep if he was going to meet him that early. He better not be planning something stupid like having them do community service so they can get a recommendation into UA. And why the hell would he want him to bring his card? That just felt really weird. Izuku yawned as he put his phone away, looking over at All Might who was standing next to him. Message delivered, he agreed to meet us then. He said. Toshinori nodded his head. That's good. From what I've heard, the boy holds a lot of promise. I look forward to meeting him. Honestly, both of them wanted to do this tomorrow, but his mother insisted that it was already too late for him to wake up that early and he needed to get some rest first, as well as take him to get a tetanus shot. All Might had to admit that she made a fair argument. He didn't want to find out what she'd do to him if he ever got Izuku seriously hurt due to being careless in their training. Izuku chuckled. You have no idea, sensei. He then had a thoughtful expression. Why did you react like that when you saw my mom? You looked like you'd seen a ghost. Oh, right, that. All Might scratched the back of his head. She just reminded me of my mentor, right down to the same hairstyle. Though your mother is also much shorter than my mentor was. Well, Mom was taller when I was younger. She said it was genetic with her family. Explained Izuku, before his expression became more solemn. You take it she's no longer here? All Might shook his head. She died, protecting me from a villain not long after she passed one for all to me. It had been much weaker back then still, so even with the embers of it still inside her, she wasn't strong enough. All she could do was hold him off long enough so that Gran Torino could help me escape. Izuku was half tempted to question why All Might seemed almost afraid at the mention of the guy who had apparently protected him, but he decided to leave that subject alone. What was her name? All Might smiled fondly. Nana Shimura, also known as the Pro-Hero Nimbus. You've probably never heard dash. Pro-Hero Nimbus, real name, Nana Shimura. Said Izuku as he wrote something down in the real name section of a page apparently dedicated to his late mentor. Again with the notebooks? This one had clouds on it too. Quirk, a lesser-known hero even during the time she operated, now rarely remembered except by those descended from the ones she saved, focused more on helping people than rising in the ranks of heroes, thus always maintaining a spot in the low 100s of hero rankings. Was known for naming her attacks after various Japanese cities. All Might stared. Impressive. To think your research went as far as to analyze a pro who had died 30 years ago. He said. Izuku closed the notebook, the thing vanishing from sight when All Might blinked. Studying pros and their quirks is my hobby. I figured having a deeper understanding of them would aid me in being a hero. He admitted before yawning again. I should probably go to bed soon. That certainly sounds like a good idea. Admitted Toshinori with a nod, walking with Izuku to the boys' room. As he stepped through the doorway, Izuku turned to his mentor. Before you go, Yagi-sensei, I just want to say, thank you. Said Izuku quietly, looking up to All Might. For choosing me. Toshinori chuckled. Of course, young Midoriya. Sleep well, my boy. Izuku then shut the door and moved to his bed. He was going to need to get a lot of rest in. The day was coming soon. Oh Deku, now that I'm here, can you tell me why the hell you asked me to meet you at Dumpster Beach at but 1:00 in the morning? Katsuki was rubbing his arms with his hands, trying to generate as much body heat as possible. He hated being cold, it made using his quirk harder. Kaken, you're my rival. Said Izuku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Katsuki blinked. If you seriously asked me here just to say that I'm gonna blow you to bits. He said, glaring at the green-haired boy. He was trying very hard to keep his eyes on his face and avoid looking at the stupid t-shirt he was wearing that had, exercise shirt, written on the front. How many of those freaking shirts did the nerd have? Kaken, you're my rival, repeated Izuku, not even flinching from the threat, and you're someone I've known my whole life. I know how serious you are about being a hero. That's why I convinced Yagi-sensei to let me share this with you. That, and I know you're smart enough to figure out the truth on your own. Besides, this isn't something I'm willing to lie to you about. Why the hell are you being so dim and cryptic? And who the hell is Yagi-sensei? I find it hard to believe that you found a teacher who you were willing to trust, said Katsuki, an eyebrow raised. He's my mentor, not a teacher. There's a difference. One devotes their time to helping a student grow while the other made getting off to the suffering of children into a career, retorted Izuku, making Katsuki roll his eyes. Thank you for not answering my question, Deku, he said in annoyance. Oh, the F dash. Is Yagi-sensei? I am here to introduce myself. Katsuki nearly jumped out of his skin when a voice suddenly spoke up behind him. The sand of the beach must have muffled the guy's footsteps or something. Katsuki refused to believe he let someone actually sneak up on him. He turned to see a tall, sickly blonde man standing behind him, a weak grin in his face. He leaned over to whisper to Izuku. Who's the zombie? Izuku probably would have been more offended about Katsuki describing All Might in such a manner if he hadn't done the same thing when he saw the number one hero's weakened state for the first time. He focused his attention onto his mentor. Sensei, this is Kaken. Kaken, this is Yagi-sensei. He's the one who's going to give me a quirk. Katsuki's head slowly turned towards Izuku, blinking slowly as his eyes were wide as dinner plates. What? He's going to give me a quirk. More specifically, he's giving me his quirk, explained Izuku. Katsuki looked at the man, who seemed to be watching the whole thing with some concerned amusement on his face, then looked at Izuku, whose face betrayed no emotion. Is this some sort of elaborate prank? No. Did you pay this guy for his quirk? No. So you're choosing to just trust some random old dude who just promised to give you his quirk? Without question? Izuku shook his head. Oh, I questioned it plenty, but he eventually explained how One for All works. He decided I'm going to be his successor. One for All? Successor? Can you stop talking in riddles and make some goddamn sense? Demanded Katsuki. Wow, he is a crass one, commented Yagi-sensei. Nobody asked you, old man, snapped Katsuki, turning his head to look at him. Go ahead and show him, Yagi-sensei, that's probably the best first step to explaining everything, said Izuku. Show me W dash? Katsuki's question was cut short as the old man suddenly swelled up and became All Might. Does this make things a little more clear, young Bakugu? Asked the number one hero with a grin. Izuku turned his head to see Katsuki, who was staring in shock. He gently reached over and pushed his chin upwards, closing his mouth. That's All Might, said Katsuki. Yup. He was so skinny a moment ago. We'll get to that in a minute. Oh my god, I called All Might a zombie. I did that too the first time I saw him like this. How long have you known about this? 2 days. 2 dash? Also, he suggested that we refer to him as Yagi-sensei when in public, to avoid people accidentally connecting the dots between his civilian and hero forms. What in the hell happened to him? Izuku sighed. He was injured 5 years ago fighting a villain. It made him like this. Now he can only be a hero 3 hours a day. I happened to learn his secret by accident, and when I asked him if a quirkless like me could be a hero, he said no, that it'd be too dangerous. Katsuki was half tempted to shout at All Might, despite him being All Might. But he could see the look of shame on the hero's face as he then deflated back into his civilian form. Then the sludge villain incident happened, which made him decide to push past his time limit to save us. Afterwards he tracked me down and explained the truth of his quirk, deciding that I should become his successor. Izuku quickly wrapped the story up. Easy. And he's going to give you his quirk now? Asked Katsuki, trying his best to digest what he had been told. Not exactly. Young Midoriya may be worthy of One for All, but he's not ready. Toshinori decided to speak up. The heck does that mean? Asked Katsuki. You know how quirks are like muscles, Kaken? Asked Izuku. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Duh, that's basic quirkology, what's your point? One for All is over 100 years old. Imagine how strong a muscle that old would be. Katsuki opened his mouth, then closed it. Well, that explains why he can punch literal tornadoes into existence, he realized. And unfortunately, while young Midoriya has put in a fair share of work training his body, it's frankly not enough. explained All Might. Giving him the quirk now could, at best, shatter every bone in his body. And at worst? Asked Katsuki. I explode. He explodes. The mentor and mentee replied at once. Katsuki may be all for explosions and murdering villains, but something about the mental image of Deku popping like a very messy water balloon made him sick to his stomach. Thank you for that absolutely lovely mental image. He groaned, running a hand over his face. So, long story short, you're here to train with All Might and eventually receive his quirk, preferably before the entrance exam? Figured I should tell you about it now rather than keep it a secret, let you stew angrily as you assume I've been lying to you for the last 10 years, wait for you to inevitably explode at the worst possible time, and then you eventually put 2 and 2 together because you're not an idiot. Replied Izuku. Toshinori couldn't help but feel that was oddly specific, if not rather accurate sounding. Okay, but why hall trash? Gyms exist after all. I can answer that. Toshinori said, cutting in. Did you know that Takoba was once a beautiful location? Though it was left to rot well before either of you were born, I remember the days back before people began to use it as a dumping ground for trash. He had a thoughtful expression on his face as he looked fondly at the past. Then he returned his focus to the boys. Being a hero is more than just flashy moves, it's about doing acts of good too. That's why I'm having young Midoriya combine his training with some good old-fashioned community service. Pretty smart, huh? Katsuki couldn't help but roll his eyes at the pro's dramatics, though he could see the logic. He turned his attention to Izuku. And what, were you hoping I'd train with you or something? I mean, if you want to, I'm sure Yagi-sensei could find ways for you to get some practice in before the entrance exams. Said Izuku with a shrug. Katsuki stared at him for a few seconds, then he turned his head to look at All Might, then back at Izuku. Deku, he said after a while. I think we both know the answer to that. Izuku let out a hum. Yeah, saw that coming. I guess I'll see you at school then. Thief, whatever. Don't think this changed anything. He said before walking past Izuku. All Might's quirk or no, I'm still gonna keep running in front of you until you catch up to me. I wouldn't have it any other way, Kaken. Said Izuku. Even if Katsuki couldn't see his face, he could practically hear the grin in his voice. Once Katsuki was out of earshot, All Might turned to Izuku. I'm amazed the lad didn't take the offer. Perhaps less so that you foresaw that conclusion though. He admitted. Kaken wants to become a hero in his own way. He won't bend to anything or anyone. His pride and desire to be number one won't allow it. There's no way he'd take the same training as me. Admitted Izuku, a look of pride on his face. Then his expression became a smirk. Also 5. 5? Asked Toshinori in confusion. 4. Unsure what Izuku was counting down to, the old man could only stare. 3. 2. And then Katsuki came back, jogging quickly. I almost forgot all. Could you sign this? He then held up an ultra-rare All Might trading card. Toshinori looked at the card, then at the boy who seemed to be having a particular interest in his shoes at the moment. The hero couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, young Bakugu, anything for a fan. He said before taking the card, and a pen that he had in his pocket, because of course he did, and writing on it. He then handed the card back to Katsuki, who took it from him, taking a moment to admire his signed card. He then noticed Izuku smiling at him out of the corner of his eye. Shut up. I didn't say anything. Retorted Izuku. And it'd better stay that way or I'm gonna make sure your mouth is permanently shut. Growled Katsuki. Izuku then started moving his hands in a way that Toshinori recognized as Japanese Sign Language, which said, see you at school dash, and then ended it with a sign that Toshinori would describe as, victory explosion. The young Bakugu said nothing, instead slowly raising a hand and giving Izuku the middle finger before walking away, never lowering his hand until he was out of sight. Once the boy was gone, Toshinori looked at Izuku. JSL? He asked. When you spend 10 years with a guy with an explosion quirk and a temper to match, you prepare for the inevitability of tinnitus. Explained Izuku. You think young Bakugu would ever go that far? Asked Toshinori in concern. There might be circumstances where he has to push his quirk further than the eardrums of those around him can handle. It's only logical to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Something about the way the boy said, logical, gave All Might immediate flashbacks to his interactions with Aizawa. Those two were probably going to get along like a house on fire. Now then, where do we start? Asked Izuku. After about 2 hours of hauling trash, Izuku was able to drag himself to school. The whispers and looks about the sludge villain incident hadn't stopped. While Kaken had gotten more popular for surviving a villain attack, the teachers seemed to think that he had gotten a big head and that it was up to them, or rather their students, to put him in his place. On the bright side, learning how to outmaneuver bullies made for good exercise. Since telling Kaken about One for All, he and Izuku had gone back to not really interacting at all. Which was fine. They both had 10 months to get as much training as they could in, and Izuku was going to be training every day from now on in preparation for those entrance exams. After completing yet another tiring day of the hell that was middle school, Izuku began jogging back to Takoba, prepared to start moving trash again. Day in and day out, every morning before school and every evening afterwards, Izuku would haul trash to Yagi-sensei's dingy only pickup truck for it to be hauled away, and somewhere in between it all he still found time to research quirks, usually doing so while shoveling his mom's cooking into his mouth. She had always been a great cook, 15 years of practice does that, and the new recipes All Might gave her to work with to help in his training were delicious. Despite his mentor's warning against overtaxing himself, Izuku did what he did best and stubbornly refused to listen to the adults in his life and instead acted like he knew best, managing to sneak in his old workout routine on occasion just to give himself that little extra something to get stronger. So what if it felt like his body was coming apart at the seams if it meant he'd become worthy of One for All? Then about 2 months in, fate decided to make Izuku cross paths with yet another peculiar individual. Izuku grunted as he tugged at the metal door, trying with all his might to get it loose from the trash pile. He couldn't help but ask himself how in the world some of this junk got here? Ah, so you're the one who's been stealing my materials. In his tired state, having an unfamiliar voice speak right into his ear from behind him triggered the first half of Izuku's fight or flight response as he swung his elbow, prepared to bust the nose of whoever got the drop on him. He just barely noticed that it was simply a girl his age dressed in a black tank top and some overalls in time to stop himself from rearranging her facial features. Her hair was in pink dreadlocks, and her facial expression was oddly manic, her eyes wide and her mouth smiling, but her brows furrowed in a way that made it clear she was not happy. He also noticed how strange her irises looked, having a crosshair-like appearance. A sight-based quirk perhaps? Materials? He asked, still confused. Yeah. The name's Mei Hatsum, future #1 support engineer and the person who has been using this junkyard to gather materials for baby making, replied the girl, gloved hands on her hips. So you can imagine how annoyed I was to realize that things were disappearing faster than I was taking them out. Are you some sort of rival? Trying to sabotage me? And no, that's wrong, said Izuku as he tried to step back with his hands raised defensively, the concept of personal space seemingly foreign to the girl as she practically got in his face while shouting her accusations, the whole situation so absurd he was too confused to be upset. I'm training for the hero course. The girl, Hatsum, she said her name was if Izuku remembered correctly, raised an eyebrow before grinning. A UA hopeful, huh? Then I suppose that means you could be a potential baby maker for me, she declared. Izuku blinked, his brain blanking. A future what? He could feel his face heat up. There's no way she was saying what he thought she was saying, right? Hatsum then pulled a weird-looking bracelet that clearly looked like it had been slapped together using pieces of scrap out of one of the pockets of her overalls and slapped it on her wrist before pointing and aiming her hand at a wooden crate and firing. A thin rope with a steel-tipped end shot out of the bracelet and shot straight into the crate. She turned her head to look at him with a proud grin. Pretty nifty, huh? This baby can let heroes maneuver way better and catch villains more efficiently. You just shoot the rope out with the push of a button, and then when you push it again, with a click, the rope began retracting with the crate in tow. Oh. Seeing someone in trouble caused Izuku to snap out of his stupor. Thinking fast, he grabbed Hatsume's wrist with one hand and her opposing shoulder with the other, pulling her body towards his own while guiding her wrist in a way that would cause the crate to swing past them and smash into the trash pile behind them before the rope then finished retracting into her bracelet. Hatsume let out a whistle. Impressive reflexes, was that a part of your quirk? She asked, looking over her shoulder at the boy who was still holding her close, seemingly completely unfazed by what just happened. With the danger past, Izuku became conscious of the fact that he now had a girl uncomfortably close to him and decided to put some distance between them by pushing her upright and then taking a large step backwards. No, it wasn't, he replied, praying that she would leave it at that. Well then what is it? I need to know what kind of quirk we're working with, otherwise I won't be able to give you the appropriate babies. Hatsume said as she pocketed the grappling bracelet. Izuku felt his mouth frown, deciding to get this headache out of the way. I don't exactly have a quirk, he said. Hatsume blinked. Quirkless? She asked with a tilt of her head. Izuku opened his mouth and then closed it, thinking for a moment. If this girl really was planning to go to UA, which honestly he could tell she'd be getting in with tech like this that she could make just from random junk, then he was going to have to be dishonestly honest with her. Is that a real term? Well, time to test the cover story he'd been working on. I can't use my quirk yet. Yet. I spent basically my whole life thinking I was quirkless until a few months ago. My mentor, who has the same type of quirk that I do, speculated that my quirk is a power stockpiler that has been lying dormant and getting stronger over the years until my body could handle it. I'm training here to awaken quirk. He really hoped that that was believable. Hatsume crossed her arms and hummed. So you've spent the last 10 years thinking you're quirkless? She asked. Yes? He said, uncertain where she was going with this. Then Hatsume clamped a hand on his shoulder, her eyes practically sparkling. Well, Green, once you've woken that quirk of yours up, you'd better seek me out. Sounds like you've got the potential to be something special, and you'd better believe I'm not letting any other support corps students get their hands on you. She declared. Izuku wasn't expecting this kind of reaction, to be honest. But what if my quirk doesn't even end up being real? What if I'm actually quirkless? He asked. Hatsume's grin only broadened. Then I'll become famous for providing the support gear of the world's first quirkless pro hero. Izuku was flabbergasted to say the least. So you really don't mind that I don't have a quirk? Hatsume shrugged. Meh, a quirk's useful but it ain't everything. Mine only ever helps with making babies in specific situations, but I'm not gonna let that stop me from becoming the best support engineer. Izuku felt like his grasp on reality had become completely undone. She might not have been the first person to support him when it came to be a hero, but something about how Hatsume said it struck a chord in Izuku. Hatsume, I don't know what to say. How does, I look forward to working with you, sound? Suggested the pink-haired girl. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at that. That's fair. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. I look forward to working with you, Hatsume. He extended his hand to the girl. Hatsume took the hand in her own, although instead of shaking his hand, she instead simply squeezed it a few times, much to Izuku's confusion. What are you dash? Izuku's question was cut off by Hatsume abruptly releasing his hand and moving behind him faster than his eyes could track. All of a sudden he could feel her hands feeling him up. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Getting a feel for your measurements? Gotta know what I'm working with so I can make gear that fits. Can you hold still for a second, Green? Said Hatsume. Izuku was at a loss for words. Young Midoriya, are you? The sound of Yagi-sensei's voice made his blood run cold. Izuku slowly turned his head to see his mentor standing there, eyes wide as he stared at the scene before him with Hatsume and Izuku. He slowly opened his mouth to say something, but blood simply came spilling out instead. I'll come back later, said the old pro as he turned to leave. Yagi-sensei, wait, this is a misunderstanding, I swear. Izuku called desperately to his departing mentor. After a frantic explanation, that Hatsume only made more difficult when she started talking about making babies, which led to another round of Yagi-sensei barfing blood, Izuku was able to clear up the misunderstanding and introduce his new friend business partner source of headaches. Tashinori then pulled Izuku to the side and asked him what he thought should be done about the girl. He had his own ideas, but he figured he'd see what the boy thought, almost like a pseudo-test to let him get a feel for the boy. The more he understood him, the better after all. Honestly, I say let her stick around. It's clear that she's going to get into UA and she's not getting in the way by being here. It's not a bad idea to make connections before the year even starts, said Izuku before looking over to Hatsum, who was happily tinkering with that grappling gadget she'd demonstrated beforehand. Even if she seems a bit odd, I can tell she's a good person. Yagi-sensei chuckled. Oh, trust me, my boy, all support gear inventors are like that. I still remember how I met my old friend David while I was in America. That piqued Izuku's fanboyistic interest. The world-famous inventor David Shield? The man who designed your various costumes over the years? He asked, eyes practically sparkling. Tashinori's chuckle was even louder than the previous one. You would know about him, wouldn't you? Hero fanboy you are. Though trust me when I say he was a real wild card when we were younger. Man saw a guy with a super strength quirk so strong that the backlash destroyed his clothes, and his first reaction was to practically drag him into his car before he could be arrested for indecent exposure and drive off to his home. I woke up the next day with the alpha version of my Golden Age costume ready for testing. Izuku could see his idol smile fondly at the memory. He had to admit, that was a pretty funny story. The point is, my boy, you don't find your support engineer, they find you. Izuku nodded his head to the lesson. Thank you, sensei. I can tell that Hatsum is very skilled. I'm excited to see what she'll make once she has access to what UA has to offer. He smiled fondly at the girl as she continued to work hard, practically numb to the world around her. Oh, do these old eyes deceive me, or does my successor seem to have some interest in young Hatsum? Asked Tashinori, a smirk on his face. Izuku blinked before looking up at his mentor with a look of, honestly, coming up with a word to describe the emotions on his face was probably impossible. That's ridiculous. Hatsum and I literally just met. Yes, she was a bit up in my personal space the first time you saw us together, but I swear it's not like that, he said, frantically trying to shut down whatever ideas Yagi-sensei was forming in his head. Besides, I think we both know that the idea of a girl ever having interest in me is more than a little unrealistic. Tashinori couldn't help but frown at that. Wait, what do you mean by that? He asked, concerned now. Either Izuku didn't hear the question or he simply chose not to answer it as he looked back towards Hatsum, a sad smile on his face. It's just nice to meet a girl my age who hears about what my goals are and her first reaction isn't belittling me. Does that normally happen? Asked Yagi, becoming increasingly worried. Sensei, how many quirkless people do you see these days? How many do you think there are? Asked Izuku, not looking at him. We both know that 20% of humanity is dash. And how much of that 20% consists of people from my generation? Asked Izuku with a sigh, taking a deep breath as he tried to keep himself calm. Young Midoriya, what are you saying? The day I met you, one of my classmates had told me I should take a swan dive off a roof and hope I get a quirk in my next life, and then on my way out of school I saw my teacher talk to that same student and the friends he had had with him as he congratulated them on completing their extra credit. What? Tashinori's voice was flat, the man at a complete loss for words. Then his eyes widened as he realized something. Wait, and the day we met dash. Don't. Izuku cut him off. Just don't, Yagi-sensei. I definitely did consider it for a moment, but I didn't make that choice, and you came to apologize to me later. It's in the past and I just want to move on. He was caught off guard when he was pulled into a hug by his mentor. Even so, I still want to apologize for the things I said back then. It was wrong and I shouldn't have done it. Izuku said nothing, instead accepting the hug quietly, his arms hanging at his sides. Let's get back to the original topic. We still need to talk to Hatsum, he eventually said. That's when Tashinori remembered that it wasn't just the two of them there, much to his embarrassment. Though when he looked over at Hatsum, it seemed like the girl had ignored them completely. She was dedicated to her work, wasn't she? Of course, young Midoriya, replied the #1 hero. Eventually the two were able to work something out with Hatsum, She was free to go through anything that Izuku carried to the pickup truck to keep for her inventions, and Izuku could continue his training unimpeded. As the afternoon came to a close, All Might bid the two farewell as they all went their own ways, though before young Midoriya went home, Toshinori made sure to get the name of his school out of him. With a fire in his eyes, he rang up a certain principal. "Nedzu, we need to talk. So, would you be willing to explain why exactly you called this meeting, All Might?" asked Class 1A teacher Shoyuta Aizawa, giving the sickly blonde a tired look. To his sides were Hisashi Yamada and Nomuri Kiyama, his friends that Aizawa seemed too tsundere to acknowledge as such, if Toshinori was to understand it correctly. They'd all apparently attended UA together when they were trainees. All Might shook his head. "Focus. I'll keep things as straightforward as possible. A couple months back I found a student, a personal one that I'm currently training, who plans to attend UA next year." Aizawa seemed to actually scoff at that. "What? Some bright-eyed brute with a flashy quirk who punches first and asks questions second? I'm guessing you called this meeting to do something as illogical as send him a recommendation letter?" Toshinori's years of media training allowed him to avoid rolling his eyes. Aizawa certainly wasn't shy about making how he felt about him known. "No, actually. The boy is an incredibly smart individual with an eye for quirks and analysis that would make those with intelligence quirks blush. The reason I'm training him is because he's not capable of using his quirk yet." This seemed to catch the attention of the faculty. "What do you mean by that?" "He's quirkless?" asked Class 1B teacher Sekijiro-kan. Toshinori shook his head. "According to his official documents?" "Yes, though I believe this to be a misdiagnosis. For context, I'm going to reveal a secret or two about my own quirk. See, my quirk is more than a simple strength enhancer, it's a power stockpiler, one that had such a high stockpile that I couldn't use it for the longest time growing up." "What are you saying, All Might?" asked Midnight, wanting to make sure she was understanding the situation properly. "I spent the first 15 years of my life mislabeled as quirkless, a label that only went away after I happened to build up my body to become strong enough to use my quirk," replied All Might, much to the shock of his future co-workers. Now, that may have been 3 decades ago during an era when quirklessness wasn't as discriminated against, but you can imagine what kind of life my student has had to lead thus far. And to anyone planning to ask, yes, I am certain that my student holds the same type of quirk. I know that signs. Frankly, even quirkless the boy has the brains and drive to be a hero. "How bad an upbringing are we talking here, partner?" asked Snipe. It never failed to impress Toshinori how much the gunslinger managed to pull off a Western accent while speaking Japanese. The other day he told me a story about how one of his teachers rewarded some of his classmates with extra credit for throwing one of his notebooks on quirk analysis out the window before telling him to kill himself. Said Toshinori flatly. After he said that, the room became so silent one could hear a pin drop. "Name?" came a voice that had yet to speak during this meeting. "Inui?" asked Vlad King, looking over to his co-worker, the school's counselor Hound Dog. "Gimme a demon name to the school that allowed such vile teachers to work there," snarled Ryo Inui, standing up and slamming his hands on the table. "I'm gonna burn it to the demon ground." The dog man became so angry that the rest of what he said devolved into a series of barks with the occasional understandable word thrown in. "So no, the reason I called this meeting wasn't for something along the lines of favoritism, like you seem to assume, Aizawa. It was because I planned to sick Nedzu onto Aldera Middle School. Hound Dog isn't the only one who wants to watch that dumpster heap of a school burn," explained Toshinori. Aizawa probably would have been more annoyed about being called out like that if he wasn't so focused on planning how he'd choke the life from the teacher he'd just heard about. A chuckle from Nizu caught everyone's attention. "I must say, All Might, you've piqued my interest. Both when it comes to this student of yours as well as you being so generous as to grant me a quirkist establishment to bring to ruin." Toshinori had to admit, his future boss was scary. "I'll look into Aldera, uncovering the crimes of the faculty so that they can all be ruined sounds like a positively delightful way to spend my time. In the meantime, please tell me more about this student of yours. What you said about his intelligence piqued my interest." Why did Toshinori feel like he just sold the boy's soul to the devil? Izuku grunted as he tossed the old tire into the back of the truck before using his shirt to wipe the sweat off his face. His lungs felt like they were on fire after an afternoon of dragging all this junk around. He was definitely making progress though. More than half the beach was cleaned at this point. Hey, Green, I found something good in this pile. Do here next. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh, a smile on his face as he turned towards the source of the voice, seeing Hatsum standing at the peak of a trash mountain. After 3 months she was still as high energy about material gathering for baby making as she ever was. It had taken Izuku at least 2 of those months to be able to use that term without his face turning red. He really had no experience with girls, did he? Stop moving around up there. You're gonna bring the whole thing down like a house of cards. He called as he jogged her way. Well then why don't you stop being so slow? Countered Hatsum as she crouched down and started pulling on something in the heap. I need this piece for my latest baby, and if you're not gonna get it for me, then I'll just have to get it myself. Izuku picked up the pace. Hey, hold on, the agreement was that I'd take care of pulling stuff. He called to her as he approached the base of the mountain. Quit it, that's dangerous. Relax, it'll be fine. Grunted Hatsum between tugs. Besides, you can't get results without taking risks. With one last tug, she yanked the piece free from the pile, standing triumphantly at the peak of the mountain while holding her prize in the air just as Izuku reached the base. Success. See, you worried over nothing. Izuku didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief at nothing going wrong before something did, in fact, go wrong. His eyes widened as the trash mountain started to tremble, preparing to come down just like Izuku was worried it would. Crap, 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 he muttered under his breath as he looked around before quickly moving his feet. Hatsum, jump this way. He shouted. Hatsum turned towards where Izuku stood, holding out his arms in a clearing. Now, to any sane or rational person, what Izuku was suggesting would be absolutely insane foolishness. Which of course meant that in the mind of Mei Hatsum, this plan was completely rational. She took a step and then leapt as far as her inventor legs could take her. Izuku was able to quickly calculate her trajectory and then his legs moved on their own. Pink collided with green and the pair went down as Hatsum practically landed on him just before the mountain came crashing down completely. Izuku grunted from his position on the ground. He was going to have to work on his footing in the future. That catch left something to be desired since he let the impact knock him over. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he couldn't see anything. He could however feel something soft on face. Wait a minute. Just then, the world regained light as Hatsum used her arms to prop herself up, a smile still plastered on her face, completely unbothered as she pulled her chest away from his face. Ooh, that was fun, she said with a laugh as she got off of him. Izuku blinked as he stared at the sky, his brain currently going through a system reboot as it tried to process what just happened. Thanks for the catch, Green, you make for a great crash pad, said Hatsum with a thumbs up. Izuku sighed as he decided to sit up, having enough of that crisis for the moment. Hatsum, do you even remember my name? He asked, looking over at the girl tiredly as she examined the piece she'd collected. Hatsum turned to look at him, smiling and blinking, before responding. Of course I remember your name. Izuku Akaya? So close, yet so far. Izuku shook his head. Green it is, he said with a sigh. Anything hurt? Hatsum gave herself a quick pat down. Nope, don't think any of my babies broke on the way down, she replied. I mean, are you injured anywhere? He clarified with a sigh. Oh, I'm fine. She seemed to care a lot more about her babies than about her own well-being. Just try to be more careful. We're lucky I was able to catch you, but imagine what would have happened if I'd been too far away. Hatsum scoffed as she turned around and started walking towards the truck with her newest material. Please, I knew it'd be fine. You said you're gonna be the hero who saves everyone, right? Izuku was actually thrown off by that. You can't remember my name, but you remember that? He asked, more than a little surprised. Hatsum didn't respond. Instead, she simply kept walking while humming to herself as she started making plans for how best to use her latest findings. Time flew by from there. More months and more than a couple more incidents came and went, until it was time for the entrance exams. Toshinori got out of the car he'd driven to Takoba, the sun just coming over the horizon. Izuku Midoriya got out from the other side. They'd both come to pick Izuku up for the exam. Hatsune couldn't come, she had her own exam to prepare for. I'm surprised that he was willing to cut it this close, admitted Izuku as they walked towards the beach. It was a lot of trash, and your son decided to really go beyond when it came to cleaning, admitted Toshinori with a proud grin. Izuku chuckled. Yes, that certainly sounds like Izuku. Toshinori would have said something, but the sound of yelling caught their attention, a loud scream coming from the beach. That sounds like Izuku, said Izuku. The two exchanged a glance before they both ran towards the beach. Couldn't believe their eyes when they saw what was waiting for them there. Izuku was standing atop a pile of garbage, the light of dawn reflecting off the sweat coating his body as he screamed in triumph. The adults looked around them, every last piece of trash was picked up, down to the smallest piece of litter. Takoba hadn't looked this good in a long, long time. Oh, my goodness, declared Toshinori as he turned into All Might before moving to catch Izuku as he swayed and fell off the final trash pile he'd gathered up. Well done, young Midoriya, said All Might proudly as he carried his successor. Take all the time you need to catch your breath, you've earned it. Izuku chuckled weakly. You did it, Yagi-sensei. Indeed you have. This was an incredible feat for a boy your age. I have nothing but respect for the work you've put in, declared the pro as Izuku finally caught up to them. He put Izuku down gently so that Izuku could have a moment to hug her exhausted son. You've become a bona fide vessel, all that's left now is the entrance exams. All Might reached up and plucked a hair from his head. The mother and son looked up at him as he held the strand of hair in his hand. Take heart, kid, you've earned this power. You're officially the 9th wielder of One for All. Thank you, All Might, said Izuku with a smile. Now then eat this, said All Might. There was a beat of silence. Asked both parent and son. The quirk requires the successor to take in the DNA of the predecessor, admits All Might while scratching the back of his head. This is the least weird way to go about it that I can think of. My mentor did the same kind of thing. And we're on a time crunch, we need to get going if young Midoriya's gonna make it to the exams. Izuku stared at the hair in All Might's hand for a moment before sighing and reaching out with his own. It tasted really gross. Izuku had to admit to himself as Yagi-sensei's truck rolled up to UA. The place looked intimidating and he wasn't even inside yet. It had been a couple hours since he'd eaten the hair, but he hadn't felt anything yet. Izuku, we're here. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts as he looked at his mom and Yagi-sensei, who were both looking at him over their shoulders from the front seats. He looked around and realized that the truck wasn't moving anymore. Oh, we are. I guess I'll be going then, he said as he climbed out of the truck, holding tight to his backpack. Once he was out, he slung the bag onto his back. Izuku. The boy's attention was pulled towards his mom's voice again, who was looking at him from inside the car. I love you, sweetie, she said with a soft smile. From next to her, Izuku could see Yagi-sensei giving him a thumbs up and a grin. Izuku gave a weak smile. Thanks, Mom, love you too, he said before closing the door behind him. Yeah, see you around, old hag. At the same time, Izuku heard a familiar voice from behind him followed by the slamming of a car door. He turned around and wound up bumping into Kaken, causing both of them to stumble backwards into their respective cars. Deku? The hell? Kaken's confused questioning was cut short as he suddenly narrowed his eyes in realization. He and Izuku turned to look at Mitsuki Bakugo giving them a grin and a thumbs up from her seat, before looking at Inko, who was giving them a much more polite-looking smile. Katsuki sighed and face-palmed. Let's just FNG go already. Cheesy fucking geezers, he muttered to himself under his breath as he walked away, adjusting his scarf as he tried to preserve as much warmth as possible so that his quirk would be ready to roll for the physical exams. Izuku chuckled as he followed after him. He decided to take in the view. It was a sight to behold after all. This was the school his idol, now mentor, learned to be a hero at after all. This is it, he thought to himself as he almost spun around while walking, wanting to see the entire yard. He's a fanboy, so sue him. This is the next chapter in my story to becoming the #1 hero. And then he tripped on his own feet. Or maybe this is the epilogue to the story of how I died like an idiot, he thought to himself as he fell towards the ground, only to notice that the fall had abruptly stopped. And that someone was touching his arm. He slowly turned his head to see a cute girl with brown hair and pink cheeks smiling at him as she then used her hands to orient himself upright. He looked down to see himself floating in the air. Some sort of gravity removal quirk? She then brought her hands up, touching the fingertips of both hands together. And release. Izuku immediately felt the sensation of gravity return, and he managed to land on his feet this time without falling over like a fool. The cute girl giggled. Sorry about using my quirk on you without asking, but I figured you'd appreciate it if I kept you from falling. She explained. Izuku opened his mouth and then closed it. The girl then turned and pumped a fist into the air. Alright then, let's go ace those tests, best of luck. She then jogged away into the school. Izuku continued to stare as she left. Wow, that's the second girl I've talked to that was actually nice to me, he thought to himself. I don't think it really counts if you don't say anything, kiddo. Oh hush fifth, let him have this. No, what he said is fair. Wait, what? Izuku blinked in confusion as he realized that he just responded to voices that spoke inside his head. He frantically looked around to see if someone might be using a telepathy quirk or something. Wait, what? Wait, can you hear us? Well, this is an interesting development. Oh my god. I'm having a breakdown before the test even starts, thought Izuku as he put a hand over his eyes. But doing so finally let him put faces to the voices in his head. 8 figures, floating in the darkness as he closed his eyes, almost like ghosts. Each of them seemed to be a different color too, almost like a photographic filter. There was a purple one with a large jacket that obscured some of his face, his short dark hair parting twice around his narrow eyes. An orange bald one that wore a pair of goggles. He had a large muscular body with an open jacket and a bandolier over his otherwise bare chest. A green one with pale hair that parted from his forehead. He had 2 large scars, almost like cracks over his face. There was a red one, but Izuku couldn't see his face as he had his back to him. He could see that his hair was tied up in a sort of spiky ponytail. There was a blue one that also had his back turned to Izuku. His spiky hair immediately brought memories of Kaken to his mind. There was a white one that looked pale as a ghost, his wavy hair covering one of his eyes. He wore loose clothing. He seemed the most unalive-looking of all the spirits. There were 2 more, a golden one who lacked any solid features, almost like he wasn't all there, but his hairstyle reminded Izuku of Yagi-sensei, and the other was Nimbus? Wait, didn't All Might say? Oh my god, one for all is haunted. That seemed to be the right thing to say because it earned him a few chuckles. Well, that's not an entirely inaccurate description of our situation if we're being honest here. Why didn't Yagi-sensei say anything about this? Izuku had to admit, he felt like this was the sort of thing you shared with your successor before you gave him your haunted quirk, not after. That's because Toshinori didn't know, isn't that right, 8th? Nimbus nodded towards the yellow specter who frantically gave apologetic bows to Izuku. It seems that they could sense his confusion because one of them decided to clarify. 8th can't speak, he probably won't become whole until his living self passes on. Something about the thought of All Might dying made Izuku's stomach churn. Nimbus smacked the orange one. 5th he was fairly certain he'd been referred to as, on the back of his head. Show a little more tact, man. What? I'm just saying it like it is 7th. Before Izuku could hear any more of their argument, a voice brought him back to reality. Are you going to go in or just keep standing there with your eyes closed like a weirdo? Izuku's eyes snapped open and he whirled around to see the person standing behind him. He'd been so spaced out that he had let his guard down. Though rather than waste time chastising himself, he decided to see who he was dealing with. A guy with serious eye bags, a messy head of indigo hair, and a pretty scrawny frame. Izuku felt his finger twitch, a little on edge from being approached by someone his own age again, though this one seemed far less friendly than the gravity girl. At the very least his body language didn't seem all that hostile. He simply stood there with a raised eyebrow. Sorry, it was a quirk thing, I guess I let the stress get to me. He decided to say, not really the truth but far from a lie either. The tired guy simply blinked at him before shaking his head and walking past him. That was weird. Izuku practically jumped into the air. That's going to take getting used to, he decided before turning to see the boy walking away. But I think he was just trying to help. Makes sense if he's trying to get into UA, it is a hero school after all. You should probably get going yourself, Izuku, wouldn't want you to miss the exam. Right. Izuku jogged into the school while still occasionally engaging in back and forths with the vestiges. As he found his seat for the written portion, Izuku found the time to get to learn a little bit more about the voices in his quirk. First was Yoichi Shigaraki, a sickly man who was rescued from unjust imprisonment by Second and Third. Second and Third refused to share their true names. Or, more accurately, they refused to even really interact with Izuku at all. First explained that they're just from an older era, the dark age of quirks in fact, and they were struggling to accept Izuku as the ninth. They barely tolerated All Might honestly, and Izuku didn't see himself filling those shoes anytime soon. First assured him that they'd come around eventually, and that they just had very different opinions from the others when it came to the concepts of quirks and heroes. Fourth was Hikage Shinomori. His quirk when he was alive had been called Danger Sense, a sort of sixth sense that lets the user know when danger is coming their way. It was up to the user to figure out the details of the danger though, and apparently it had been pretty mediocre before he received One for All, which practically supercharged it into what Fifth liked to call super anxiety. Izuku was shocked to learn that the man was only 40 when he died. He looked much older after all. He grimly explained that the human body couldn't handle having multiple quirks. It caused his body to slowly destroy itself. He had been on death's door when he passed it on to his successor. Speaking of his successor, Firth was named Daigoro Banjo, also known as the pro-hero lariat in life. His quirk was called Black Whip, allowing him to create and control tendrils made from a sort of dark energy. Really useful for mobility even before he got One for All. His death had been caused by rubble crushing his body during a fight against a powerful villain, deciding to pass the quirk on to Sixth to keep it from dying with him. Sixth's name was Entayutai. Quirk, Smokescreen. It let him generate a purple smoke from his body that obscured the vision of those around him, as well as himself. He claims that it wasn't the flashiest quirk, but it helped him in his time as the underground hero gain. Izuku argued against the claim that Smokescreen was bad. He rapid-fire listed off numerous uses for the quirk to support those claims, which seemed to flatter the vestige and amuse Seventh at the same time. Honestly, all the vestiges seemed impressed by Izuku's sudden analysis, even Second and Third if their body language was any indication. Izuku was already familiar with the pro-hero Nimbus and her quirk. She explained that Sixth gave the quirk to her after being grievously wounded by a villain. He was surprised to learn that she met Yagi-sensei when he was Izuku's age, a crazy quirkless kid trying to fight off thugs using nothing but a metal pipe and dreams to become a symbol of peace. Izuku was shocked to learn that Yagi-sensei had been quirkless once upon a time, but it did explain how he managed to live as long as he had without One for All killing him. She'd also been the first user to actually choose a successor in advance rather than pass the quirk on in a moment of desperation. The trade-off being that she got to watch her own body die through the eyes of what had essentially become her adopted son. Izuku's heart bled for the woman, but there was something that had been bugging him. Fifth, Sixth, and Seventh all died at the hands of a villain, and First, Second, and Third haven't told me how they died either. What villain killed you? One that you won't have to worry about, because All Might dealt with him. But who was he? Can tell me or Yagi-sensei will, so please don't dance around the subject, said Izuku. First looked like he was about to say something when Seventh cut in. Looks like the test is about to start, Izuku. We don't have time to go into the story now, but tell you what? If you do really well then we'll explain, okay? Izuku felt like he was being treated like a small child, but he decided to relent. He could stress over this kind of thing later. Fine, one last question then. You seem fine referring to me by my name, same with Yagi-sensei for that matter, but when it comes to his vestige and the rest of you, you seem insistent on sticking to your numerical nicknames. Why? There was a moment of silence amongst the vestiges, before one spoke up. Because your predecessors are gone, were just the memories they left behind. Geez, kid, I knew you were smart, but that was just absurd. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the compliment as he sat, alone, in the waiting room for those who had finished the exam early. Thanks, Fifth, but it wasn't anything special, I just put in the work studying. Izuku, there's a difference between putting in the work studying and being able to finish the test 20 minutes early even after answering those last 10 questions that I'm pretty sure wouldn't be on the final exam for a college student. Izuku turned his head, as if he was trying to avoid eye contact with the voices in his quirk, earning him some amused chuckles. Look, even after training with all might for 10 months, that didn't erase the 11 years he spent being belittled by adults. That's kinda sad, kid. Are you always going to be reading my thoughts at any given time? Asked Izuku drily. No, thankfully Second figured out how to sort of block everything out in order to give the current user privacy. Well, that's good. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy talking to you all, but I'm still a teenager who enjoys privacy. Replied Izuku before his eyes narrowed. And Fifth, if you try to make a crude joke out of that, I will pass one for all to someone else. The only response he got was the sound of the bald vestige blowing a raspberry in his mind. As amusing as this is, it's good that you've finished early, Izuku. We can use this to our advantage to show you how to properly activate one for all. Preferably without you accidentally turning your bones into oatmeal. Asked Izuku. Wait, didn't Yagi-sensei say that I was a proper vessel now? There was a feeling of unease, a feeling Izuku could attribute to eighth. Your body might be strong enough to hold one for all without exploding, but you're nowhere near tough enough to be able to effectively use it the same way All Might does. Maybe you could handle throwing a single punch and that arm would only suffer severe muscle tearing. Maybe. But any more than that and the bones would shatter. Why didn't Yagi-sensei warn me about that? Unfortunately, it's another case of Tashinori not knowing better. He was already taller than me when we first met despite being the same age as you back then, not to mention the Quirk was almost 35 years younger and didn't go through the severe training that was his hero career. You'll need to become a lot stronger before you can handle one for all at its full power. Also, clench your butt cheeks and yell, smash, from the depths of your heart, are very, very lousy instructions. Well, Izuku was glad that Fifth found it funny. At least Eighth had the decency to look apologetic about his living self's instructions. You said that I'm currently unable to handle one for all's full power, implying that there's a way for me to handle some of the power, right? Heh, kid catches on quick. Izuku nodded his head, glad that he was understanding the situation so far. So then, what do I do? First, you need to take a deep breath and loosen your body up, become as relaxed as possible. Izuku followed first instructions, breathing in through his nose and out through his mouth. Once he allowed himself to relax, he slowly felt a spark of energy flow through his body. He twitched a little at the sensation, but continued to let himself be relaxed. Can you feel it? That's one for all, though only a small fraction of the power. Now you're going to manifest that power on your own. Slowly though, start from zero and slowly go up. Izuku nodded his head and closed his eyes. Remembering the feeling of that spark, he did his best to recreate it within himself. The spark that came for was far much more intense this time. If the first had been a small jolt of static electricity, then this was like a trip to the electric chair. Don't get distracted by metaphors, Izuku. Feel out the power, see if you can get a measure of it. Sense the full potential, then take from it a small percentage and let it flow through you. First sounded a lot more intense when he was giving instructions, to be honest, though Izuku could still feel the gentle wispiness in his voice as well. Izuku focused, he tried imagining one for all stockpile of power like a large lake, and he was simply going to take a small handful of it out. Once he scooped out about 1% of the water, he began to hear a crackling sound of electricity. His eyes opened to see green lightning dancing across his body through his clothes. He could hear sounds of cheer and congratulations coming from within his mind. It was nice having a support system in the back of his head. Now we're gonna have you try moving. Do it slowly though, we don't want to risk something breaking. Izuku nodded as he stood up. He decided to go through a few of the stretches he would do whenever he warmed up before his training. Ha, Now that he thought about it, he hadn't had the chance to go through his old routine since the day before he met All Might. Focus, Izuku. Sorry. Alright, let's start increasing the power, continue to let it flow through your body and keep going higher. We need to see what your upper limit is. Right. After some more trial and error, Izuku was able to find his upper limit, a percentage where he could move while one for all caused a level of strain without risking any debilitating damage. The comedic irony came in what that percentage was. 9%. Of course. That's hilarious. He may be loud, but Izuku appreciated Fifth's sense of humor. Maybe less so the universe making jokes at his expense, but he supposed he could take the small mercies he'd been granted thus far. But for now he needed to tune the vestiges out so he could focus on. Present Mick's explanation of the physical exam. He wasn't sure how he felt about having to fight robots. Definitely useful to use as punching bags that could be rapidly taken out by those with flashy quirks that were good for offensive moves or general creativity, but against someone with a more subtle or mental quirk it'd be a far greater challenge. Thankfully Izuku was confident that his quirk would be able to— Are you trying to sabotage us? Izuku was pulled from his thoughts by the shouts of a boy his age. He turned to look at the boy in question, trying not to notice that everyone else's eyes were on them. Was I mumbling all of that out loud? Yes, you were. Damn it. Do you think that such tactics would be acceptable at such an august institution? The blue-haired, bespectacled boy continued his badgering. If so, then I suggest you just leave. Izuku was feeling bad about causing a disturbance with his muttering. He really wished Kaken could have done something to shut him up, but now he was just feeling sad as he stood up to the boy. I was trying to strategize for the test, until your shouting distracted me and interrupted Present Mike. So if anyone is committing sabotage, it's you. He snapped back. Katsuki let out an amused huff from the seat next to him. Other test takers voiced their amusement towards the taller teen, though they were treated mostly as background noise. The boy seemed to actually take in what he said. After a moment he bowed to Izuku, much to his surprise. You're right, it seems I let the stress of the test get to me and wound up lashing out at you. I apologize. Izuku stared for a moment before sighing. It's fine, I need to get a better handle on my muttering. Let's just sit down and let Present Mike finish his explanation of the test. The boy bowed again before both of them sat back down. After a moment, an unfamiliar voice spoke up in the back of his mind. Credit where it's due, kid, you at least have enough spine to not take what others say lying down. Holy shit, he speaks. Second? Or was that third? Izuku got no response from the unfamiliar voice, so another spoke in his stead. That was second. I suppose that display was enough to earn a little of his respect, which from him says a lot more than what I've heard from him in a long time. Izuku digested that for a second before responding. Thanks, second. The vestige didn't respond. As Izuku boarded the bus to take them to the exam site, he shot a quick text to Hatsum wishing her luck with the special exam for the support course. Honestly, a thumbs-up emoji was more of a response than he was expecting from the girl. Speaking of girls, Izuku noticed the gravity girl who had helped him before. He was tempted to go talk to her, but she seemed like she was busy warming herself up, and frankly he should be doing the same. Everyone moved to get into position at the starting line as they awaited the exam's beginning. Izuku breathed in through his nose as he called upon 9% of One for All. His skin became a light show as his veins practically began to glow and green lightning danced across his body. The sound of Present Mick's voice could be heard by all the students, no loudspeaker required when his quirk made him into a walking megaphone. Ready? And start! Izuku paused for only a half-second before his reflexes caught up and he took off, practically a green blur as he made his way into the fake city. Behind him, he could hear Present Mick's voice talk to the other examinees. Well, what are you waiting for? There aren't countdowns in real life. Soon after that, he came across his first robot, a one-pointer. Here goes nothing. He grit his teeth, leapt at the robot, reared his arm back, and, smash! Obliterated its face with a single punch. He examined his handiwork before squeezing his fist a few times. The skin on his knuckles stung a little. He was definitely going to need to invest in gloves for his hero costume. Let's try and see if you can stick to kicks for now. Izuku liked Seven's idea. His shoes protected the skin of his feet. And besides, he had legs, he might as well use them. Watch your left. Izuku turned to put his fist through another bot, but a laser fired from the stomach of one of the other examinees beat him to the literal punch. Merci, the distraction was much appreciated. Adieu, said the blonde boy before taking off. Izuku let himself get distracted. He quickly slapped his cheeks with his hands before focusing again. It became a whirlwind of metal from there, Izuku ripping and tearing through robots as if they were made of cardboard rather than metal. It seemed like the only one who could even keep pace with him was the loud one from before. It seemed his quirk involved having engines in his calves that granted him enhanced speed and kicking power. Izuku hoped he passed just so he'd get a chance to analyze his quirk. Don't space out, you quirk nerd. You're just barely ahead with 49 points. Toshinori got 108 during his exam. Seriously? Asked Izuku as he jogged away from the wreckage from his latest destroyed robot. How the heck did he manage to get so many so quickly? He wondered to himself. Though any answer that his predecessors gave was drowned out by the sound of a rumbling that shook the entire examination site. Izuku looked upwards to see the absolute unit that was casting a shadow over him and the rest of the test taker. What the F dash? Izuku was pretty sure that was the first time he heard sixth ever curse. He couldn't say he blamed him given the fact that they were being confronted by a robot that towered over all the other buildings. Crap, this is way above your weight class, kid. Let's dip and see if we can find some more points somewhere else. You heard that guy's explanation. This thing's just a hurdle. A very, very large hurdle. Right, replied Izuku, turning to leave the area. Unlike the other students, he was actually managing to maintain his composure. That composure was quickly lost, however, when a sound of pain reached his ears. His head turned and his eyes landed on a familiar sight of brown hair. The gravity girl was on the ground, trying to pull herself free from some rubble that had fallen on her thanks to one of the zero-pointer's attacks. And it was slowly getting closer to her. Izuku was pretty sure the vestiges were saying something, but it was tuned out as once again, Izuku's body moved on its own. He could hear the shouts of the vestiges within him, much like he could hear the shouts of the heroes that last time he ran headfirst into danger, but just like it had been in the past with Kaken, he paid them no mind. Everything was drowned out by the fact that someone right in front of him, someone who had shown consideration and kindness to him, was in danger right in front of him. He couldn't do nothing. That wasn't who he was, who he wanted to be. As he ran, his brain began to work into overdrive. Pulling her out would injure her worse. Digging her out would take too long. Even if he did manage to get her clear, the zero-pointer would still be a threat to them as they got away, not to mention that other examinees might be in danger. He'd need to get rid of that thing. Impacting it from the bottom would just push it back, or even force it to fall on top of them. No, if he wanted to make sure she was safe, there was only one option. Right as he moved past the girl, he allowed 100% of one for all to be charged through his legs, before he crouched and leapt into the sky, leaving a crater behind in the ground and clearing away all the dust that the zero-pointer had kicked up. He transferred one for all from his legs into his right arm, rearing it back the same way he'd done with his first ever smash, only this one carried far more weight. Then, from the depths of his heart, he shouted, SMH, and caved in the face of the zero-pointer. For those brief few seconds after Izuku smashed the zero-pointer, it felt like he had been floating in the air. But soon enough the tunnel vision he had developed in his attempt to protect everyone finally cleared away and gravity finally reclaimed its hold on him as he began to fall towards the ground. Now he probably might have been able to use one for all to reorient himself. There was just one minor problem. The bones in his legs and his right arm were broken. I thought you said his limbs could handle a single 100% usage sixth? I said that they might be able to. And not without heavy muscle damage either way. I didn't think he'd test that theory in the worst way imaginable. I'm falling, thought Izuku as he saw the ground get closer to his body. Really? I didn't notice. Honestly, over 100 years of fighting that megalomaniacal BSTRD and one for all snuffed out because some naive brat decided to play hero. Shut up, third. Note the lack of a counter-argument. Shut the F up, third. Right, you're not helping, thought Izuku as he swung his good arm, using the momentum to reorient himself to be facing downwards before he began to charge one for all through his remaining functional limb. I'll have to use another smash to stop my fall right before I'm splattered. He heard a scoff. Hope 4 broken limbs was a good trade for some girl you just met. If I see someone in front of me who's in trouble, I'll shatter every bone in my body if it means I can save them. It seems like Second had no rebuttal to that. However, before he could throw his punch, he felt a hand slap his face, completely throwing him off balance to the point that it deactivated the charge in his arm. After a second he realized that he wasn't falling anymore. That also works. Agreed, and look, Second, third, it seems that, playing hero, wound up working out in Izuku's favor after all. His limbs are still broken. Don't you have a corner to stare into like an edgelord? Izuku turned his head to see the brown-haired girl, hovering in the hair on top of the piece of debris that had trapped her foot in the first place. Thanks to her quick thinking, he'd avoided either ruining his one good arm or becoming a gross stain on the ground. She quickly pulled him onto the debris she was floating in before saying, "Release," causing the two to fall the rest of the short way to the ground. Their ride broke on impact, causing the pair to roll off of it in different directions. Izuku managed to prop himself up with his arm just in time to watch her GG before barging up her breakfast. Izuku decided to at least try and preserve her dignity by looking in the other direction. Poor girl, even with an injury she pushed herself to the point of overtaxing her quirk just to save you. Yeah, guess what Izuku had done wasn't enough. All he could do was stare at the ground and tune out the noises of sickness the girl was making. What? No, Izuku, you shouldn't feel bad. You saved her and she saved you. You should be happy. If I'd been better, she wouldn't have needed to push herself too far to make up for my screw-up. Oh, just take the DMN compliment, brat. Seventh may be way too soft for my liking, but she's not wrong either, so quit being such a prima donna. Beach, who are you calling soft? I'll kick your butt. Izuku could have listened to their bickering, but it sounded like the gravity girl was done, so he decided to focus on her instead. You alright? Sounds like your quirk takes a lot out of you. You're one to talk. I'm pretty sure the sight of your legs and arm would have made me puke if overtaxing my quirk hadn't done that first. But after you did that for me, I couldn't just do nothing and let you fall like that. Izuku was about to apologize, but he could practically feel Second glaring at him, so he quickly switched gears. Thank you for saving me. Uraraka. Ochako Uraraka, that's my name, explained the girl before groaning and lying on her back. And you are? Izuku decided to follow her lead, staring up at the sky. Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. He replied. God, how am I still conscious? Adrenaline is a hell of a drag. Fair enough. Then Izuku had a thought. Now that I think about it, I still owe you one. You saved me twice, but I only saved you once. Oh right, the entrance. I'd almost forgotten. Guess you'll have to pay me back by letting me call you Izuku. Izuku turned his head to look her way. She looked back at him with a big grin. Sounds like a fair trade to me, she said, continuing to grin. Izuku blinked before sighing and chuckling weakly. Alright, I guess that's a fair trade, Uraraka, he said, relenting to the girl's demands. Oh ho ho, no you don't. Ochako cut in. No way am I letting you stick to my last name while I use your first. Call me Ochako. Wait, but then won't that set us back to me owing you one? Nope. Since it's my request that you're doing, then that means I owe you one now. I'll be sure to settle that debt once we both get into you. Ochako then raised a fist and pointed it his way. Izuku blinked in confusion. She wants a fist bump you socially. Awkward tool. Oh. Izuku used his good fist to bump hers, the pair's arms then collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The click of a cane against the ground grabbed their attention. My, this display is very endearing, but I'm going to need the attention of you two now. Their heads turned to see Yue's nurse standing in front of them. The youthful heroine, recovery girl. Izuku exclaimed as the old woman approached. She assessed him as he said, "Wish I had my notebook for you to sign." You've got your priorities mixed up, young man, Recovery Girl said. How did this happen? Overtaxed my quirk. Saw her in danger and I decided to go beyond my limits to help her. Izuku said weakly as the pain was starting to grow. Luckily, that was the point where Recovery Girl's lips extended and she gave him a kiss on the forehead. The pain eased as his bones were restored to their rightful shape, and he finally felt the exhaustion catch up to him as his adrenaline wore off. It's good to see Chio again, she's aged well. And you shouldn't even be conscious right now, you absolute mad lad. Get some rest. Izuku felt his eyes beginning to droop as he watched Recovery Girl tend to Ochako. Yeah, that sound like a good idea, he thought. In his final moments of consciousness, he tried to reach towards his newest friend one last time, but failed to do so before the whole world went dark. Why do you stand against me? Join me in my conquest. My adorable, foolish younger brother. Said Toriya. Why did Izuku know that name? Who was this man? Because what you're doing is wrong, brother. Said first, no, Yoichi as he grit his teeth and stared down the most dangerous villain the world had ever seen. Izuku couldn't speak, almost everything from the nose down was gone, including his mouth, most of his body being replaced with an odd black and green mist. All he could move was his left arm. He was frozen in place too, it was hard to walk without legs after all. What a terrible thing to say, replied Toriya as he gestured in an almost cartoonishly evil fashion. Man was trying way too hard if Izuku was being honest. And here I am trying to compromise. Isn't there even a tiny bit of open-mindedness in your so-called righteousness? Two brothers. One for all and all for one, a conflict that would span generations to come. Why did Izuku know these things? Was it one for all? Did All Might receive similar visions? Izuku continued to watch in almost abject horror, seeing Yoichi's brother straight up pull a quirk out of a man before pushing it onto another. He saw things continue to fall into madness from there. He learned the story of the legendary quirk thief, who rose to power during the chaotic age that was the dawn of quirks, giving and taking powers as he saw fit, creating an army in the process. He saw as Yoichi was locked away by his brother, a man who was the living incarnation of the sin of greed and desired that everything would belong to him. He watched in horror as a power stockpiling quirk was forced onto Yoichi against his will. He saw the birth of One for All. Izuku blinked as he suddenly found himself somewhere new. A strange gray room. Good to finally see you properly, Izuku. Izuku knew that voice, though it sounded a little different than he remembered. Looking forward, he saw 8 fancy-looking, red velvet chairs. 6 of them were being sat on by his predecessors, while the remaining 2 were left vacant. No prizes for guessing which ones refused to take part. There was something endearing about the way Sixth sat on the chair, almost curled up into a ball. It was also a little strange to see what they all looked like without those colored filters altering their appearances. Izuku could now see their true appearances within this dreamscape. You wanted to know about the villain who killed most of us. I figured it would be the type of story that was easier to show than it was to tell. Explained first, before chuckling. I'm sure you have more questions, but we should probably save them until you're awake and have a functioning mouth. It'd probably be simpler than playing a game of blink once for yes, twice for no, wouldn't you agree? Izuku blinked once, much to the amusement of most of the predecessors. If second and third wanted to continue sulking with their noses in the corners, then that was their decision. Even if you can't speak yet, we can keep you company until you wake up and tell you more about our living selves, right? Suggested seventh. Izuku liked that idea. He was glad to have his predecessors keeping him company. And so they talked. First they gave a more detailed explanation about Toriya Shigaraki, the infamous quirk thief all for one, a man who took the worst possible type of inspiration from the comic books Yoichi read as a child, declaring himself as the demon king who would rule the world. First cringed just from recounting it all. Worst of all, he had the power to back up his theatrics. He said, shaking his head. Izuku couldn't help but agree. He'd seen how dangerous multiple quirks used in conjunction could be from the visions he'd been shown. Talk about horrifying, even if it did tickle the curiosity of his quirk-analyzing brain. Eventually the subject changed from all for one and the predecessors got the chance to talk about themselves. About their lives as heroes, about what the world was like during their eras. Izuku wanted to interview them about their quirks, but without his notebook and more importantly his ability to speak, that was something that would need to be postponed until he woke up. They talked and talked and talked, until eventually, Izuku's eyes opened slowly. He blinked a few times as he stared at the white ceiling above him. Where was he? He looked around a little to get a better feel for his surroundings. Nurse's office if I had to guess. You must have been taken here after losing consciousness. Well, I'm glad that UA is at least nice enough to send their students somewhere to recover after sending giant but robots after them. How have they not been sued into oblivion over someone getting seriously hurt? Recovery girl's quirk. You saw how fast it put my limbs back together despite the state they were in. Explained Izuku. As long as she's here they can afford to keep doing those dangerous tests. I question how effective those tests are. Not every quirk is going to be viable for a test like that. You're not wrong, though there's not much that can be done. This is probably the best they could come up with through trial and error. They are the best hero academy in Japan for a reason after all. I guess that's true. Izuku's head turned to the sound of his phone buzzing. Slowly he reached over and grabbed it. He was met with a wall of notifications. From All Might, from Kaken, from his mom. Mostly from his mom. It seems Izuku being sent to the nurse's office distressed his mother. The boy couldn't help but smile when he saw how much she cared for him. He quickly texted her telling her that he was okay, that he got a little banged up but UA had a healer that made sure his injuries were all healed up, he just needed to take a quick nap as a side effect. Next it was time to address the message he got from Kaken. Kaken? Oi nerd, how many points did you get in the practical? Deku, 49 if my count was right. After a few minutes, Izuku got a response. Kaken, the hell have you been? Deku, nurse's office. Kaken, how the f did you end up in the nurse's office when you've got All Might's quirk? Deku, yeah, so remember how All Might said my body wouldn't have handled one for all 10 months ago? Kaken, even now it's still too much? Deku, you know, way too strong. Seventh basically said that All Might's body was just way better suited to the quirk than mine was upon first being received, so he was able to access the full power immediately. And that was before over 3 decades of using it as the #1 hero. Thankfully First was able to guide me through tapping into a smaller percentage. Kaken, who the f are 7th and First? Deku, unfortunately I had to go all out against my Area 0 pointer and the overtaxation shattered 3 of my limbs almost as badly as how I shattered its face. Deku? Oh, one for all's haunted. Deku? Deku? You've been typing a while, are you okay? Kaken, Deku. Kaken, there's so goddamn much to unpack from what you just said that it goes beyond the character limit on here. Deku, goes beyond? Plus ultra? Kaken, shut. Kaken, the F dash. Kaken, up. Kaken, now can you kindly elaborate from the beginning in a way that makes F sense? Deku, sigh. Teal, dear, one for all doesn't just stockpile power but also the memories of its users. I basically have the ghosts of the previous users inside my head now. Deku, except they specified that they're copies of the originals, so it's kinda hard to explain. There's even a vestige for All Might but he's not fully formed. Fifth thinks it'll stay this way for as long as All Might is alive. Kaken, good FNG grief. Just when I think I've heard it all you continue to surprise me. Deku, put yourself in my shoes for a minute. I've got 8 ghosts living in my head. Deku, or are they in my soul? Deku, I mean, they're all very nice people. Deku, okay, most of them are very nice and then there's second and third but at least they seem to keep to themselves. Deku, though it's thanks to them that I managed to last longer than 30 seconds into the test. Kaken, that reminds me. Deku, 49 if. Kaken, 77 points, Reed, M and Wheat Beach. Deku, seriously? Guess I'm still a little rough around the edges when it comes to one for all. Deku, hopefully it was enough to pass. Kaken, it'd better be, I'll be sad if you don't pass. Deku, yeah, talk to you later Kaken. Let me know when your acceptance letter arrives in the mail. Izuku sighed and shook his head, texting Kaken always was entertaining if nothing else. He moved to texting All Might next. Yagi-sensei, I saw your performance during the practical exam alongside the other teachers. Quite an impressive performance, my boy. Yagi-sensei, I hope your recovery in Recovery Girl's office went well? Young Midoriya, hi Yagi-sensei, I'm all better now thanks to Recovery Girl. Young Midoriya, there are some things we need to talk about, starting with the fact that One for All is haunted. Tell him, Nana says hi. Young Midoriya, Nana says hi. Less than a minute later, the door to Recovery Girl's office slammed open. Izuku turned his head to see Yagi-sensei standing in the doorway, steam coming off his skin and his shirt splattered in what Izuku safely assumed was his own blood. See, can you elaborate on that, my boy? One for All stockpiles more than just power, there are vestiges of our predecessors living inside it. It seems when you passed One for All to me, the quirk hit singularity and I became able to talk to them. Explained Izuku. And they're here right now? Nana's here right now. Always have been Toshinori, I never left your side, even when Nana died. This version of her goes by 7th. Explained Izuku. She said, always have been Toshinori, I never left your side, even when Nana died. After parroting back the message, his eyes widened when he realized that there were tears forming in his mentor's eyes. Sensei? Toshinori quickly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. It's nothing, my boy. Just, thank you. Oi, are the rest of us chopped liver or something? I'm proud of the brat too. I thought it was badass when he blew that bastard's head clean off. Crudeness aside, 5th is right, we're all proud of how far Toshinori's come since the day Nana gave him One for All. Izuku chuckled. The rest of the vestiges want to know that they're proud of you too. Then the corner of his mouth quirked upwards. Especially 2nd and 3rd. Wait, what? Really? Toshinori was interested to hear about his predecessors. Oh yeah, you should have heard the things they had to say. They wouldn't stop talking about how cool they thought you were throughout your career as the symbol of peace. Oh, this is funny. Why, you little punk dash? Izuku did his best to keep a straight face as he continued to praise All Might, pretending he was speaking for 2nd and 3rd. It was very difficult considering their indignant shouts coupled with the laughter of the other vestiges. After a while, Toshinori decided to change the subject. I have to ask, can you explain what happened during the practical? You seemed fine at first, you were using One for All with little issue, but then when you destroyed the 0-pointer you broke most of your limbs. Oh, right, that, said Izuku. He quickly explained his first meeting with the vestiges and how his body hadn't been properly adjusted to One for All yet, so they taught him how to use a smaller percentage of the quirk without damaging himself. But when he saw that Uraraka was in danger, he forced himself to use 100% to destroy the robot, as that was the best course of action that wouldn't put anyone else in danger. Anyone else besides you. It was a risk I had and was willing to take. That mentality will get you and us killed. A hero needs to be willing to throw themselves into danger for the sake of someone else. That doesn't mean you should throw self-preservation to the wind. That's the only reason I even have this quirk. There was a moment of silence within One for All. Izuku could practically feel the vestiges staring at him. Izuku dash. We're not having this conversation right now. I see, said Toshinori, completely oblivious to the literal inner turmoil his student was experiencing right in front of him. So you only succeeded due to the advice of our successors, rather than any of my own teaching. That's not true, responded Izuku, shelving his own issues once again in order to help someone else. They already told me that there's no way you could have known that any of this would happen. 7th said that you did your best with what you had. I never could have gotten this far without you. Without any of you. Toshinori blinked at the boy, a little dumbstruck by his words. Eventually he let out a chuckle. Honestly, aren't you supposed to be my student? And yet here you are trying to make me feel better. Honestly, I don't think I could have found a better student if I tried. Izuku managed to smile at his words, while trying to ignore the fact that it had become very quiet within One for All. After getting home and making sure that his mom knew that he was in fact fine and that as long as he was careful from now on, accidents with One for All will be prevented in the future. It was just a bit of a do or die situation. His mom was nice enough to make katsudon tonight, his favorite. As he ate, he talked about how the test went and how he unfortunately lost to Kaken when it came to points. His mom reassured him that it was okay, and that keeping that girl safe from the zero-pointer was more important anyways. They continued to talk and Izuku explained the intricacies of his quirk, as well as him now sharing headspace with his predecessors. After he finished describing them, his mother said, "They all sound like very nice people, make sure to thank them for helping you for me." Izuku chuckled. "Well, they can hear you, but I'm sure they appreciate it nonetheless." He replied, "Right." But there was no response. "Guys? 7th? 1st? You there?" His brows furrowed. "Something wrong, sweetie?" asked Dinko. "Oh, they said you're welcome." "Yeah," replied Izuku before quickly finishing his meal. "I'm still kinda tired, I think I'm going to go to bed," he said, standing up. He took his dishes to the sink before quickly heading to his room. He got changed, turned the lights off, jumped into bed, and squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for sleep to come so he could get answers. "That won't be necessary." Izuku's eyes almost opened in surprise, but he was currently seeing first and he didn't want to risk him going away. "So you guys are still there? Don't scare me like that. Then don't scare us by saying such concerning things." 7th I dash. "No kid, you need to listen." 5th dash. "Izuku." "Fine. Thank you." "Izuku, your desire to help people is admirable, you're more than worthy of one for all, no matter what 2nd and 3rd say otherwise. But you need to value yourself more." Izuku remained silent, not wanting to cut in until his predecessors said their piece. Think about it this way, you can't save people if you die or allow yourself to become too injured to protect them. Exactly. You said that you believe the only reason Toshinori chose you was because you were willing to put yourself in danger for someone else's sake, but you're missing the point. You were chosen by All Might because he knows you have the heart and determination of a hero, not because he thinks you'll throw your life away at the drop of a hat. We're not against your desire to save people, just don't be so willing to die in the process. I have no intention of dying. Izuku breathed in through his nose and out through his mouth. Alright, I've listened to you all, so please now listen to me, perhaps that phrasing isn't 100% accurate. He elaborated. However, hero risks death as a possibility when they face a villain or a disaster, and I've accepted that danger. Moreover, I'm not someone who can just stand by and do nothing when someone is in trouble, it's not who I am. But then dash. But I have no intention of dying. Not until I'm the #1 hero. I'll take everything the world has to throw at me, and then go beyond those obstacles. I promise to not be reckless with my health or anything, but nothing you say will deter me from pursuing my dream. I'll overcome the obstacles in front of me by giving everything I've got, and save people no matter the cost. That's what it means to be a hero. The vestiges were speechless in the face of the kid's determination. It was clear that while what they said made somewhat of an impact, his resolve was unshakable. Toshinori was right, he couldn't have picked a better successor, even 2nd and 3rd found it harder to look away the more time they spent with this kid. Girl genius. So I take it your quirk was able to activate. Boy wonder, what makes you say that? Girl genius. I could hear Power Loader talking about the green-haired kid who obliterated the zero-pointer. Girl genius. Who else would he be talking about? Boy wonder. Fair enough. Boy wonder. Okay, so yeah, my quirk was in fact there and I was able to get it to work. It boosted my strength and speed, an overall physical enhancer, though I can also activate it in individual parts of my body at a time. The problem is that right now I can't control it very well and my body isn't stronger enough to handle my full strength yet, so I've got to stick to only about 9% of my max strength most of the time. Going all out to destroy the zero-pointer shattered the bones in 3 of my limbs. Boy wonder. Also, I'm definitely going to need to invest in things like gloves in order to protect the skin on my hands. My quirk makes me tough, not invincible. Boy wonder, you there handsome? Girl genius shared an image. Girl genius was working on a blueprint think something like would work. Boy wonder, once a see, let me look this over. Boy wonder, okay, yeah I definitely like what I'm seeing, let me know when you've got a prototype for me to test. Girl genius, thumbs up emoji. About a week passed since the entrance exam. Izuku heard no word from All Might the entire time. He occasionally texted the man but had heard nothing back from his mentor since their conversation. He must have been really busy to just go full-on radio silent like this. In the meantime, he occupied himself by continuing his quirk analysis. He had entire sections dedicated to Danger Sense, Black Whip, Smokescreen, and Float. Turns out he could get a lot of information on those quirks when their original users lived in the back of his head. He was especially fascinated to learn how One for All enhanced their quirks, learning that there was a massive spike in its power between when they had just their original quirk versus once they became a holder. It made him curious what it would have been like to have his own quirk get enhanced had he not been quirkless when he received One for All. Don't forget Izuku, becoming a holder of One for All is very dangerous in the long term for anyone with a quirk. Fourth tapped the crack like scars over his eye, just to prove his point. I know, doesn't make me any less curious. But I mean, just imagine what One for All could do for a quirk-like explosion. He replied, well, as long as your curiosities remain within the realms of your imagination. We don't need you forcing One for All onto other people. Izuku paused as he looked up, his brows furrowed. I can do that? Fourth blinked. One for All being passed on is entirely up to the consent of the current holder. So someone ingesting your DNA won't automatically transfer us over. Similarly, you can force the quirk onto someone else. Essentially, One for All is a quirk that can only be given, not taken. Izuku hummed as he tapped his chin before pulling out one of his notebooks and writing something down. Interesting. Izuku. His attention got pulled away from his note-taking as the door to his bedroom opened and his mom walked in. Sorry to interrupt you, honey, but something just arrived in the mail. She held out what she was holding in her hand so Izuku could see it. Izuku blinked as he looked down at the envelope. Twice. Thrice. And then 4 times before the realization set in. The exam results. He quickly took the envelope and practically ripped it to pieces in order to get to what was inside. Someone's excited to see the results. Not that I can blame you. A strange, disc-shaped device fell out of the envelope and into Izuku's hands. Mother and son stared at the device in confusion for a moment before a holographic recording began to play. Testing 1. Am I on screen? Izuku almost jumped when All Might's entire face took up the recording. The man then stepped back, letting Izuku see his entire body. He seemed to be wearing some sort of formal suit for some reason. Izuku didn't have much time to ponder before the video continued with All Might surprising him once again by bowing. I must apologize for cutting off contact for so long, young Midoriya. It took some time jumping through hoops to get this done, my bad. Thankfully we'll get to see a lot more of each other in the future, because I'm going to be joining the UA faculty as the newest heroics teacher. Izuku felt the gears in his head grind to a halt. All Might? A teacher? All Might. A teacher. Yes, he'd be at UA, so surely this wouldn't be the same as with Aldera, but still, the idea of All Might of all people becoming a teacher was... Izuku! Izuku blinked, Seven's shout managing to pull him from his downward spiral. Sorry about that. And thanks. The vestiges probably would have voiced their concerns if Izuku wasn't so focused on what All Might said next. Now then, your test results. I must say, you accomplished what most would have thought to have been impossible. A near record-breaking 99% score on the written portion of the exam. Explained All Might. Of fucking course he did. Izuku decided to tune out Fifth's laughter and continue listening. That alone would make you an honor student amongst the general education course, perhaps even receiving personal lessons from the principal himself, but we both know that's not what you're interested in, so let's talk about the practical. Izuku was practically on the edge of his seat to hear his results. If you didn't get in, I'm gonna revive my human self just so she can trash UA. Izuku appreciated the supportiveness of nothing else. Now, in terms of villain points, you scored a grand total of 49, a very impressive sum. Even if on its own it wouldn't break any records, it wouldn't even be the best score for this year's exam. Izuku winced, yeah, he definitely saw that coming. Dang, I get he probably had high expectations of the kid, but now it just feels like he's punching down. I mean, when you're his size, I think every punch feels like punching down. Alright, listen here, smarts dash. Thankfully, it's a good thing that defeating villains isn't the only way you can earn points in this exam. There was a secret, secondary point system that was also in play: rescue points. Rescue points. Izuku's confusion seemed to echo across the vestiges as well. But before I explain that, let's hear the thoughts of some of the other exam takers first. The video abruptly cuts to Ochako, wearing a different outfit than what she'd had on in the practical, her own school's uniform if Izuku had to guess. Excuse me, young miss, you were there in exam ground C when the zero-pointer was destroyed. Do you have any thoughts about the listener who smashed it? That sounded like Present Mick's voice. Looks like he had been tasked with interviewing the other examinees. It must have happened while he was unconscious. You mean Izuku? Honestly, it amazed me what he did. He saved me. Honestly, I hope he gets into the hero course on recommendation alone. She responded with a determined look on her face. Izuku himself failed to notice it, but the vestiges could all see the corners of his mouth slowly lifting upwards. The video cut again to the blue-haired guy with glasses. When I first saw him during your explanation, I mistakenly wrote him off as just a careless fool who was here for fun, but then he proved me and likely many others wrong when he rose to the occasion while I and all the others fled. I can only hope that he and I become classmates so I can offer my apologies in person, he said rather loudly, while bowing to the camera. The rest of the clips from his fellow test-takers voiced similar opinions. Il est spectaculaire. I can't believe someone as cool as that exists. He's a shoe-in for the hero course. Can't wait to see him go pro one day. More and more people voiced their praise for his actions. Izuku didn't know what to say, how to feel. He wasn't used to people his age having positive things to say about him. As you can see, being able to defeat villains is one thing, but a true hero is one who saves people regardless of risk. Think it's cheesy? Fine by me. And the judges agree. These points are rewarded to those that the faculty believe acted like true heroes, and you were the truest of them all, so take these rescue points, all 60 of them, raising your score to a record-breaking 109. Congrats, my boy, and welcome to your hero academia. And with that, the video cut out. Izuku and the vestiges sat there silently for a moment. 109. Of course. Did he seriously break Toshinori's record? I'm impressed, Izuku. It looks like you beat out everyone's expectations. I give it a week into the school year before he rushes headfirst into danger again and almost dies. Shut up, second. While the vestiges discussed, Izuku pulled out his phone. Kaken, 77 poi. Deku, read, M and weep, Kaken. Classy. I think the word you're looking for is funny as sheet. Not wrong, I'm just more polite than you are, says the guy who actually dropped an F-bomb when confronted with the zero-pointer. I'd say that it was perfectly warranted then. With the conversations amongst the vestiges as background noise, Izuku decided to return to his note-taking. Katsuki Bakugu's final explosion obliterated the fridge he was using for target practice. He took a deep breath before moving to grab the bottle of water he had laying nearby, downing half of it in one shot. He wiped the sweat from his brow as he observed his handiwork. He'd been using this abandoned warehouse for years to train his quirk, demolishing everything inside into barely recognizable charred shards. He knew he'd need to keep his quirk in top shape for UA. And even despite his training, he still somehow let Deku overtake him. Sure, the nerd had a quirk now, which was definitely helping him, but that was no excuse for Katsuki to be sitting in his but when he could be training. He thought he had continued to cement himself as the best when he scored 77 points in the practical, and yet he did get more villain points than anyone else by a DMN good margin, but that didn't change the fact that those rescue points still let Deku overtake him, and him not getting a single rescue point just felt like salt in the wound. Well, excuse him for assuming the other examinees could handle themselves. He's better at kicking a villain's but then saving an incompetent ally's dumbass anyways. Whatever. Until Deku can beat him in a proper one-on-one, then there's no way Katsuki was going to properly acknowledge him, and he certainly wasn't going to let any of his future classmates overtake him either. He's going to show them that he's still the best of the best, second place speed med. Katsuki tossed the water bottle over his shoulder and set his sights on his next training zone, a specially made area designed for training his agility with his quirk. The premise was simple: dodge the swinging spikes or get a very bad case of tetanus. His palms crackled as he started it up. After about 20 minutes of struggling with his tie and eventually settling on whatever abomination that was, Izuku turned to face his mom, donning his UA Hero Course uniform. "How do I look, Mom?" Inko looked at her son, then her eyes drifted downwards to look at his tie before eventually returning to meet his gaze. "Izuku, if you weren't already the spitting image of him, the way you two tie your ties would be all the proof anyone ever needed that you're your father's son." Izuku sighed, his shoulders slumping. He could hear the vestiges laughing in the back of his mind. Inko took advantage of his lowered guard and pulled him into a hug. "I'm proud of you, sweetie." Izuku let out a weak noise, something between a chuckle and a sigh, before reciprocating the hug. "Thanks, Mom." After a moment, the two separated. "But if you break any of your bones on your first day of school, you will be grounded." Izuku flinched at that. "Yes, ma'am?" After a moment, the two couldn't help but giggle. "I love you, Izuku, now go knock their socks off." "Will do, love you, Mom." And with that, the boy made his way out to his first day of high school. Izuku made his way through the halls. He couldn't help but marvel at the size of UA. The faculty had clearly taken into account that quirks made potential students come in a variety of body types. He hoped that that meant the teachers would be actually encouraging of their students. Well, most of them anyways. Don't forget the warning Toshinori gave about one as homeroom teacher. Right, Aizawa. Izuku didn't recognize that name from any hero, so he must be someone who was very good about keeping his civilian identity on the down low. He also apparently expelled his entire class last year. Izuku was already dreading the idea of spending time with someone like that for a teacher. Can't say I'm exactly thrilled about the prospect either. Why would UA hire someone like that? Perhaps there's more to this story than All Might knew or was able to tell us? That was entirely possible. Well, Izuku would probably get his answer soon enough, seeing as he was standing in the doorway of 1A. He took a deep breath before placing his hand on the door. "Here goes nothing. Hope my classmates are like the ones from the exam," he thought to himself. He'd rather not end up in a similar situation as when he was in middle school. He opened the door and was immediately audibly assaulted by the sound of a familiar voice. "Take your feet off that desk. Don't you realize how disrespectful you are being to not just your classmates, but to all the upperclassmen who once sat at that desk and all the underclassmen who will sit at that desk?" It was that blue-haired guy. Izuku had to admit, he was a lot happier to the guy this time as opposed to their first encounter thanks to that footage of him on Izuku's acceptance letter. Acceptance video? And of course, who else would he be lecturing other than Kaken? As if I'd care about something as dumb as that. "I gotta ask though, which middle school did you come from, you 2-bit extra?" "A private is at hem." The boy was about to answer before correcting himself and standing up straight. "Somei Junior High, my name is Tenya Ida. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ida. Thought this boy looked familiar. He didn't connect the dots at first because he's rarely seen without his helmet, but this guy bears a striking resemblance to Tensei Ida, the pro-hero Ingenium from Team Ida 10. Ingenium? That name sounds familiar. The Ida family has passed the hero name, Ingenium, down for generations, each one having a quirk that causes engine-like protrusions to grow somewhere on the user's body. The current Ingenium has them on his elbows, and it seems Ida here has them in his calves, and oh god, everyone's staring. I'm talking out loud, aren't I? You sure are. Izuku nearly jumped into the air when a familiar voice spoke from behind him. "Ochako?" The brown-haired girl grinned and giggled at Izuku's reaction. "Hey there, Izuku. Glad to see we're in the same class. I can't believe I got 4th on the entrance exams. That was insane." Izuku was a little surprised. "Wait, really, you got 4th? That's impressive. Earned myself 45 whole points just for saving you, so I guess that's another one I owe you." "Wait, no please, that's not necessary." Izuku was practically wilting at the girl's words. "Excuse me. Pardon my interruption, but there's something that I would like to say in regards to the entrance exam myself." Izuku threw a silent thanks Ida's way for that lifeline. He wasn't used to being the focus of positive attention. Not only was I rude enough to interrupt present mixed speech, but then I had the audacity to take my anxiousness out on you. Not only were you willing to correct that mistake, but then you proved yourself to be my better when you managed to deduce the true nature of the zero-pointer. For that I must apologize. Tenya bowed to him. Izuku couldn't decide if this was better or worse, but at least Kaken and Ochako seemed to find this entertaining. Please, Ida, that isn't necessary. I didn't deduce anything. I just saw that someone was in trouble and destroying the zero-pointer was the only way I could keep everyone safe. He responded, trying to deflect the genuine praise. That caused Tenya to stand up straight, a smile of admiration on his face. That only proved my point further. You acted not to earn points but to instead protect someone in danger. You truly are an admirable person. After a moment of Tenya staring at him expectantly, Izuku took the hint. Oh, right, Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya, he said, introducing himself. Tenya nodded his head. Well then, Midoriya, I look forward to spending the next 3 years studying at UA alongside you. Izuku could hear whispers from their classmates, then saying things about how he was the one to destroy the zero-pointer and break All Might's record. Congrats, kid. Only a couple minutes into your first day and you're already the center of attention. Talk about establishing dominance. Not helping fifth. Deadpanned Izuku. If you came here to make friends, you should get out now. The 3 standing teens turned to see the form of a yellow sleeping bag staring at them. That's one ugly but caterpillar. Izuku's lips twitched in amusement as the man inside the sleeping bag slowly stood up while taking a sip from a jelly pouch. This is the Department of Heroics, and I'm going to be your homeroom teacher. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa. So that's the guy Toshinori warned us about? He looks like a bum. And what's that thing around his neck? A scarf. A scarf? Izuku's train of thought was cut short when Aizawa started talking again. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down? How illogical. Life is too short to waste time like that. He then pulled gym uniforms out of his bag and shoved them into the hands of Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya. Pass these around, you'll see the names of the owners written on the tags. Then put them on and get yourselves to the PE grounds. We're gonna have a quirk apprehension test. Explained the teacher. A test? But it's the first day? And don't we have a ceremony to get to? Ida seemed to be more than a little thrown off. We don't have time for such niceties. You've got 3 years to become ready for the world of pros. You'll understand soon enough about this school's reputation for freedom on campus. A freedom that extends to the teachers as well. Now get moving. I'll be waiting on the grounds. You should be able to find the locker rooms without issue. And just like that, Aizawa left. Everyone stared at the empty door frame that Aizawa left from. Well, he seems interesting. Nice to see a hero who doesn't act like a complete tool for once. Maybe this kid's actually gonna learn something from him. I think if you're the one who's praising him, then we all need to be worried for Izuku. Izuku sighed and read the name of the first tag. Alright, which one of you is Hantashiro? He asked. A boy with black hair and oddly shaped elbows raised his hand. Izuku sighed and started walking towards him. Alright, you guys heard him, let's get to work. Bakugo, you got more villain points than any other examinee, said Aizawa. 19 heads turned towards the explosive teen that had been singled out by their teacher. Katsuki said nothing, simply keeping his hands in his pockets as he waited for Aizawa to continue his train of thought. How far were you able to pitch a softball in middle school? 67 meters. Aizawa beckoned the blonde forward before pointing at a circle drawn into the field. Once Katsuki reached the spot, Aizawa tossed a softball his way. Use your quirk to throw this. Feel free to go all out as long as you stay within the boundaries. Katsuki blinked in surprise before a grin appeared on his face, much to the concern of 18 of his classmates and the entertainment of one. No points for guessing who the odd one out was. He then tossed the ball into the air and caught it, getting a feel for it before getting to position, rearing his arm back, and letting it fly with an explosive boost. Dai! He shouted, the ball being launched into the distance. Aizawa held up a device that beeps a couple of times once the ball eventually landed. 705 meters. Before anything else, it's important to know what you're all capable of. He explained. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your foundation as a hero. Awesome, we'll get to use our quirks? This looks like fun. Cheered one of the other students, a girl with pink skin and yellow horns. Izuku was curious about the type of quirk she had. His curiosities were cut short when Aizawa spoke, somehow making his tired voice sound even more unsettling than it had been up to this point. Fun? You kids think this is going to be fun? You think being heroes is all fun and games? He asked menacingly. You want fun? All right, here's some fun for you. The student who places in last will be deemed hopeless and thus instantly expelled. That got a reaction. What? That's not fair. We all worked hard to get here, exclaimed that same pink girl who had unintentionally started this mess. Life isn't fair, and being heroes isn't a game. You face a risk of death every time they save someone or fight a villain. If you don't have what it takes, then you don't belong here, explained Aizawa, giving the students an evil grin. Welcome to UA's hero course. I'd suggest you go plus ultra if you don't want out on the first day. That took the wind out of everyone's sails real quick. Well, almost everyone. There were a few who seemed unbothered, likely either believing the man was bluffing or having enough confidence in themselves that they wouldn't place last. Izuku stared at the man, then he slowly turned his head to see one of his classmates, whose quirk made her invisible, definitely useful for being an underground hero, but even he didn't see a way that could be useful in these tests. Rational, my left butt cheek, all he's doing is trying to single out the best and then ditch the rest. Doesn't this man realize that being expelled from UA was practically a death sentence to their careers? Forget being heroes, they'd be lucky if there was a single high school in Japan that would take someone with a mark like that on their record. The things he says hold weight, but I can't say I agree with how he's conveying it. This feels less like teaching and more like bullying. Did this man forget he's talking to children? Izuku wanted to say something, anything, but the words would die in his throat before they could ever leave his mouth. He felt helpless. This was like Aldra all over again. All he could do was grit his teeth and do his best to stay afloat. Just worry about passing for now. Do your best, Izuku. First up was the 50-meter dash. Ida was up first, alongside a girl with dark green hair as well as body and face proportions that reminded Izuku of a frog. Izuku quickly realized that that was because her quirk was exactly that when she started hopping along while Ida took off using his engines. Ida managed to clear in just over 3 seconds while the girl took about 5.5. Izuku continued to stare at Aizawa as he watched over the tests, with him being one of the last students in line. He then noticed Ochako out of the corner of his eye. See something you like? Ignore him, go talk to her, Izuku. It's clear there's something you want to say. With reassurance from 7th, Izuku stepped forward towards his friend. Hey Ochako, he said. His voice caught the girl's attention, her head turning to see him approach. Oh, Izuku, what's up? Izuku took a deep breath, collecting himself for a moment, deeply paranoid about saying something by mistake that would upset her. He's not used to having friends, sue him. Can you tell me a bit about how your quirk works? Ochako seemed confused, going off the way she tilted her head. Why? Izuku clenched his fist at his side a few times while he responded. I have an idea for how you could use it here. I just wanted to see if my understanding of your quirk is on point from the couple of times I saw you use it. That seemed to pique Ochako's interest. All right then, my quirk lets me remove gravity on anything I touch with all 5 pads on my fingertips. She explained, sticking her hand out so Izuku could see the pads. Toe beans. Don't distract him. I can also return gravity by touching all my fingertips together and releasing the hold of my quirk. Though it returns gravity to everything at once, I don't get to pick and choose. She explained. And like you saw during the entrance exam, if I push too far I can make myself sick. Fascinating, mumbled Izuku as he took a minute to think. He then met Ochako's gaze. All right, here's my plan. Aizawa didn't appreciate Midoriya and Uraraka being all buddy-buddy over there. Sure, they had saved each other in the entrance exam, leading to them becoming close, but he just talked about how they weren't here to make friends. Uraraka, Ojiro, You two are up next. He called. This got the attention of the two chatterboxes, who exchanged a nod before Uraraka began to jog towards the starting position alongside Ojiro. At the same time, Midoriya seemed to be positioning himself next to the sprint course. He wasn't sure what the boy was planning, but he knew that if he tried to interfere with the test at all, then he could simply use erasure to put a stop to it. The students got into place, Uraraka removing gravity from her clothes and shoes while Ojiro got his tail into position, his plan seeming to be using it to propel himself, both practical applications of their quirks. Go, he said. Right before he gave the order to begin, Ochako quickly smacked her cheek with one of her hands, removing her own gravity. Then once he gave the go-ahead, she used both her hands and feet to push into the ground and launch herself forward. He watched the two students move, Uraraka having a lead thanks to a lack of gravity to slow her down. Just as she made it about 2/3 of the way across the course, he heard Midoriya's voice call out, "Now Ochako! Release!" Suddenly the girl released her quirk, and she then started falling, but thanks to the momentum she'd built up, she was able to actually use gravity to her advantage to gain even more speed and cross the finish line within 5 seconds, over 2 seconds faster than Ojiro. She was hardly the fastest student for this, but her creative applications of her quirk still required praise. That is, if it had been her who was being creative with her quirk. Ochako's hands were on her knees, breathing heavily. She hated using her quirk on herself because of how awful it made her feel. She said as much to Izuku. His counterpoint was if she was willing to let a little nausea be the reason she got thrown out of UA, if a little nausea was too much to ask for when someone's life was on the line. His words were harsh, but she understood the logic, and it was enough to motivate her to push past her limits, to go beyond. Ochako! She turned to see Izuku jog up to her. She gave him a grin before raising her fist at him. He met her fist with his own. That was a great plan. Izuku, it worked exactly how you predicted you would. She said, complimenting him. Hey, you did the work and pushed past the queasiness. I just came up with the plan. Is your stomach feeling okay? She waved off his concerns. Just needed a second to catch my breath. I'm all good now. Izuku was confused by why she suddenly seemed concerned. What's dash? Midoriya. Ah shit. Thank you fifth, your insight is very useful. Why yes it is, thank you for. Izuku's eyes widened as the vestiges suddenly went silent. It wasn't even that they stopped talking, it was as if they weren't even there. Izuku slowly looked over his shoulder to see Aizawa's tall frame looming over him, his hair and scarf floating in the air, revealing the pair of golden goggles that had been hiding inside it, as his eyes glowed a demonic red. I thought I told you that you weren't here to make friends, and that whoever placed last would be expelled, yet here you are helping your classmates. Aren't you afraid of being expelled? Or has that fancy quirk of yours given you such an ego that you think it'll be impossible for you to lose? Izuku was fairly certain he'd forgotten how to breathe. The suffocating silence in his head and having a teacher menace him like this was putting him in the worst place imaginable. He needed to focus on something else, so he defaulted to what he knew best: quirks and heroes. This quirk, those goggles, that scarf. Underground hero, the erasure hero, Eraserhead. His quirk deactivated one for all. He swallowed the bile forming in his throat. I'm confident in my abilities, but I'm hardly a prideful fool who considered himself invincible. He managed to answer, using all his might to keep his voice steady. And yet here you are helping someone that you're meant to compete against for the right to stay in this school. Replied Aizawa, his glare continuing to bore into him. Isn't it a hero's job to help people? And aren't we at this school to become better with our quirks? I fail to see how I'm doing anything wrong. Is that a fact? Are you criticizing my methods, Midoriya? Very well then, said Aizawa before turning to the rest of the class who had been spectating this entire thing. It seems yet another new rule needs to be added. If the person who places last received advice from Midoriya, he'll be expelled alongside them. Moreover, if Midoriya places last, then everyone who received his advice will be expelled alongside him. As the students began to murmur amongst themselves at the revelation of that new rule, Aizawa turned to Izuku. Well then Midoriya, do you still wish to help those you're competing against? Izuku was starting to feel his resolve crack under the gaze of his teacher, when he suddenly felt something against his wrist. 3 fingers and a thumb wrapped around his wrist, while the knuckle of a pinky finger pressed into his wrist. His head slowly turned to see Ochako, still by his side even under the glare of their teacher, a determined look on her face. Even if no words were said, that look told Izuku exactly what he needed to hear. He took a deep breath before looking back at Aizawa. Bring it on. With that, Aizawa's quirk deactivated, his hair and scarf falling back into place. He turned and walked away while pulling eye drops out of one of the pouches on what Izuku now realized was his hero uniform. Gosh, that was awful. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku winced at the sudden clamoring of the vestiges in his head. I'm fine, thanks you guys. God, he missed them, even if they'd only been gone for a brief time. We're sorry we couldn't be there for you during that. It's not your fault, it's not your... Izuku's attempts to quell the vestiges' concerns were cut short when he felt Eighth hug him within his own mind. He wasn't sure how else to describe it. Despite not being physical, he could still feel the sensation of the vestiges' embrace. Izuku, are you crying? Izuku turned to Ochako, a look of concern on her face. Izuku brought a hand up to his face. Yup, there were in fact tears rolling down his cheeks. Looks like I am. That lousy, making a student cry on his first day. I'll give him something to cry over. Izuku couldn't see Ochako's face, but she sounded positively livid at the moment. Can't say I disagree with that sentiment. Honestly, I'm embarrassed even being the same type of hero as him. Izuku noticed that Ochako was about to march towards Aizawa to give him a piece of her mind, but he grabbed her wrist before she could get far. Don't. I've had enough talking to him for one day. He gave me a challenge and I'm planning to rise to it. Plus ultra. Izuku, Ochako looked at him, his face still wet with tears, and she then decided to surprise him by pulling him into a hug. Izuku was fairly certain he heard an excited squeal from one of his classmates, the pink one. Izuku was pretty sure Aizawa said her name was Ishido. He couldn't focus too much on that. He was too busy having his face do an impression of a strawberry thanks to Ochako hugging him. Ochako, what are you dash? He exclaimed in embarrassment. I'm making my friend feel better, you dummy, replied Ochako. Midoriya, you and Bakugo are up. Stop flirting with Uraraka and get over here, called Aizawa. At the word, flirting, Ochako pulled away, now embarrassed herself. Well, you heard Aizawa-sensei, she exclaimed before composing herself and raising her fist. Knock their socks off, Izuku blinked in surprise as the blush slowly faded. He returned the fist bump before grinning. Will do. Demon kid, you've got game. Between her and the inventor chick, I didn't think you had it in you. What are you on about, fifth? Ignore him, Izuku, you've had enough distractions as it is. Izuku could have pressed the topic, but seventh was right, he needed to focus if he wanted to prove himself to Aizawa. No way was he backing down from that guy's challenge. When the hell did you get a girlfriend, Deku? Asked Katsuki as he and Izuku got into their starting positions. Girlfriend? Asked Izuku, looking at his rival in confusion. Katsuki opened his mouth to say something before closing it and shaking his head. Forget I said anything, then a nerd. Izuku was confused, but decided to drop the issue as Aizawa told them to go. Izuku leapt forward, full cowl up and charging his entire body as he sprinted. Katsuki wasn't all out to let him be passed up by Izuku though, and the two stayed neck and neck all the way to the finish line. Aizawa looked at them, then at the stopwatch, then back at them. 4.02 seconds. He announced. For both of you. Both boys seemed disappointed by the tie. Yaozu, Todoroki, come on up, you'll be the last two for the dash. As the last two students walked up, Izuku decided to approach them. Hey, out of curiosity, would either of you like advice for this test? Todoroki not saying a word and simply walking past him was certainly a blow to Izuku's confidence, and Yaoyorozu's polite declination didn't help either. Given that Todoroki finished in just under 3.5 seconds and Yaoyorozu 4.5, it was clear that they didn't need his help. Izuku didn't get to feel discouraged for long though when Ochako called to him. Hey, Izuku Simir. Eh. Izuku turned to see Ochako standing alongside a number of their classmates. Confused, he approached them. Hi Ochako, what's this? Oh, nothing much, just gathered everyone up so that you could extend your offer to them. Explained Ochako with a proud grin. Wait, really? Even you Kaken? Izuku was surprised to see his rival of all people here. No way he'd ever accept help, especially from him of all people. I'm more here for the spectacle than anything else, Deku. We both know I don't need your help. Izuku deflated slightly, while chuckling. That definitely makes more sense. He said, not noticing the glare Ochako was sending Katsuki's way. Don't be discouraged, Izuku. Just convey what you want to say and make the most of however they respond. First was right. Izuku took a deep breath before facing your classmates. Hello everyone. First I'd like to properly introduce myself to those of you who haven't heard my name yet. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I plan to become the #1 hero someday. He said, bowing to his classmates as he introduced himself and his goal. To do that, I need to first make it through UA's hero course, and as you can see, our teacher wishes to make that as difficult as possible, if those rules of his didn't make it obvious. However, I don't want to let him dissuade me, and instead I want to offer my assistance to you all during this quirk apprehension test. As you saw with Uraraka, I have a talent for figuring out the best way to apply the quirks of others for these tests, and I would like to offer advice to any of you who'd be willing to take it. Aizawa has given us a challenge and I wish to go beyond it. If you would rather pass on your own merits or simply wish to avoid the risk that comes with being associated with me for this test, I will respect your decision. As he finished, he stood up straight, doing his best to keep himself composed while 17 of his classmates were staring at him. After a moment, one of them spoke up. Gotta say, you're a lot more humble than I was expecting for a guy who apparently managed to take out the 0-pointer. It was the purple-haired girl with earlobes that looked like headphone jacks. Izuku looked at her. It seems there's some context that you're all missing from that event. I only destroyed it because Uraraka was in danger, and I decided that obliterating and knocking it backwards was the best way to deal with the situation, a plan that resulted in me overtaxing my quirk and shattering 3 of my limbs, and if Uraraka hadn't caught me I would have probably fallen to my demise. It's only thanks to Recovery Girl's quirk that I'm even capable of attending lessons right now. I hope that clears up any confusion any of you had. Wait, your quirk hurts you? But you used it just fine during the 50-meter. Asked the blonde with a black lightning bolt highlight in his hair. Sort of. Replied Izuku. My body basically isn't strong enough to handle my quirk at its full power. I have to use it at a lower percentage. Going too far above it can make it painful to move, and using 100% would at best result in severe muscle tears and at worst shatter my own bones. Another soul burdened with a power that's more than they can bear. Said their bird-headed classmate with a nod. Now then, are there any other questions? Asked Izuku. Well, I mean, I appreciate that you're offering advice, but I doubt you're going to be able to help all of us with every test. I mean, not all of us have flashy quirks like you or Uraraka, and especially not like Yaoyorozu or Todoroki. I mean, I don't exactly see how my jacks could be used for the grip strength test. Said the purple girl. Izuku smiled her way. Don't be ridiculous, I could see a lot of uses for your quirk. She seemed to be a little taken aback by his response. In fact, we can use your example to prove my point. Those jacks of yours seem to be prehensile and strong, right? Almost like an extra pair of limbs? Why, yeah, why? Then use them that way. Wrap them around the grip strength tester while you're squeezing it. That'll definitely up your numbers. Izuku then frowned. Unfortunately, yeah, creativity can only get some of us so far. Sadly, certain quirks just aren't compatible with this test. A fact that deeply vexes me if I'm being honest. Izuku didn't have to say any names. Certain students shifted in discomfort at the explanation that their quirks probably would end up putting them on the chopping block. But despite that, I don't think any of you should give up, so let's do our best and go plus ultra. It's time to decide now whether you stay or go. It's up to you. Why are you helping us? Izuku turned to see one of his classmates, his shortest classmate whose hair was purple and shaped like ball. What do you mean? I mean, there's no way that Ice Guy or that big girl are going to come in last, so if you help the rest of us, then doesn't that mean you're guaranteeing yourself a one-way ticket out of the hero course? What's the point of helping people you're clearly better than? You should just do your own thing and let someone useless like me get expelled so that way you have a better shot at being the best and scoring plenty of babes. He demanded. Some of their female classmates made faces at that last statement, but most seemed more concerned with the spirit behind the boy's message than the phrasing. Izuku looked down towards him. Can I ask your name? This seemed to throw his classmate off. Mineta. Minoru Mineta, why? Izuku sighed. Because Mineta, I want to help. I want to be a hero who helps everyone. If I simply ran away the moment things seemed too difficult, then forget being expelled by Aizawa, I'd just walk up to the principal and tell him that I'm dropping out. Then and there, he explained, his voice conveying an almost exhausted sincerity, as if the very idea of doing that took away all his energy. Mineta seemed to be at a loss for words. He spent a moment staring at his shoes before meeting Izuku's gaze. Fine then, but if I end up in last place I'm gonna use one of my ball to glue your mouth shut. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the threat. Sure, that sounds fair. Anyone else want to join in? Are you kidding? After a display as manly as that, there's no way I could turn you down, declared a classmate with red spiky hair and teeth like a shark. The rest of his classmates voiced similar opinions. Kaken was the one outlier. He simply patted Izuku on the back and said, "You extras can all follow this nerd's lead if you like, but I'm doing this my way." Honestly, Izuku wouldn't expect any less from him. "All right then everyone, let's get to work," he said with a determined smile. Aizawa watched from a distance. He had to admit, getting 16 students to join his cause was more than he had expected. He couldn't help but grin at the display. This kid is something else. As they prepared for the next test, Izuku took the time to learn the name and quirks of each of his classmates who'd been willing to put their faith in him. He asked them to try to be upfront about as much information as possible so he could get a proper read on their quirks. Yuga Aoyama, quirk, navel laser. The power to fire a sparkling laser from the user's belly button. He mentioned that he could only use it in short bursts, otherwise his stomach starts hurting. Izuku could sympathize with the need to hold back to avoid unintentional self-harming. Mina Ishido quirk, acid. The ability to create corrosive liquids from her skin. Apparently she could adjust the corrosiveness and thickness of the liquid, which fascinated Izuku. Tsuyu Azui quirk, frog. Frogwoman. Frogwoman can do whatever a froggy can. This one honestly intrigued Izuku. Frog was a broad spectrum after all, so he definitely was going to ask her later for more specifics on what made her quirk tick. Tenya Ida, cook, engine. The engines in his calves grant him enhanced running speed and kicking power. Also apparently it ran on orange juice. Something else for Izuku to run tests on. Mashireo Ojiro quirk, tail. It's pretty much what it says on the tin. Basic, but Izuku couldn't deny that the sheer size of the limb was telling of all the training he put in prior to UA, an observation that he was more than willing to share, much to the bashfulness of Ojiro. Ijiro Kirishima, quirk, hardening. Another simplistic but useful quirk, being able to harden parts of or even the entirety of one's body to the point of near invulnerability had a myriad of uses. He could both rescue people from disasters and have the ability to fight off villains, an ideal quirk for a hero. Voicing his opinions on the quirk led to another bashful classmate. Koji Koda, quirk, Univoice. He had the ability to communicate with animals and ask for their aid. Izuku made sure to sign to the boy that he saw a lot of potential with a quirk like that, especially as a rescue hero. That was 3 for 3 on embarrassed classmates. Rikido Satu quirk, Sugar Rush. Consuming sugar gives him a boost in his physical strength proportional to the amount consumed. However, going over a certain threshold can make his mental faculties start to decline. He made sure to reassure everyone that that was only temporary though. Mizo Shuji quirk, Dupli arms. He can transform his numerous hands into other parts of his body and even grow extra limbs. Also he was the biggest guy in their class, which certainly would help in the instance of a crisis. Kyokager quirk, earphone jack. Her earlobes were extended and completely prehensile, the ends being shaped like jacks that she could plug into various things. including walls that let her hear what was going on in the adjacent room or into the ground to get a sort of feel for what's happening around her from far away. Izuku wondered if it was possible for her to plug one jack into a recording device and the other into an adjacent room and use this as a means of collecting intel. Jairu stared at him like he had suddenly grown a second head. Or maybe she was more concerned about the notebook he pulled out to write down his curiosities. Hantasiro, Quirk, tape. His specialized elbows are capable of shooting a tape-like substance out. Izuku was definitely going to want to have the substance analyzed to see exactly the components that make the tape work, since there's more than one kind of tape out there and it'd be smart to know the specifics with Zeros. It was also a quirk with a lot of uses when it comes to mobility, range, and grabbing opponents from a distance, things Hant had figured out on his own but still enjoyed hearing praise over. Fumikage Tokoyami, Quirk, Dark Shadow. Within Tokoyami's body dwelled a bird-shaped shadow monster that was bound to him that he could call upon to act for him. It was interesting meeting another person with a sentient quirk, even if Izuku sadly couldn't reveal the true nature of his to his classmate. Izuku had to resist the urge to refer to Dark Shadow as a stand and instead equated the quirk and user as conjoined siblings. Tokoyami admitted that while that comparison didn't do the bond between them justice, it was still probably the closest anyone has come to describing it. Dark Shadow also seemed like a friendly individual, though Tokoyami revealed that she could be much more volatile at night. Izuku still treated her with the same respect and dignity that any sentient creature deserved. Minoru Mineta, Quirk, Pop Off. Mineta was capable of removing his ball-shaped hair, which was composed of a very sticky substance that could entrap virtually anything it touched, save for Mineta himself, who simply bounced off them like they were made of rubber. He also revealed that the stickiness seemed dependent on how healthy he was internally. Izuku was curious about what that meant, but Mineta didn't elaborate. He also explained that pulling too many in quick succession could lead to his scalp bleeding. With the majority of his classmates' quirks understood, Izuku was now forced to confront the hardest part that would come with helping his classmates for this test. Or more accurately, the two members of his class he'd have the hardest time assisting. Denki Kaminari, Quirk, Electrification. He had the power to store and release electricity within his body, though he couldn't really control the direction and instead had to simply zap everyone and everything around him. And if he fired off too much at once, it could scramble his brain. Toru Hagakure, Quirk, Invisibility. Another quirk that did what is said on the tin. Or did it? Toru's entire body was invisible, and given Izuku's understanding of how light works, he had the feeling there was more to Hagakure's quirk than she realized, though that was a conversation for later. Now, don't get Izuku wrong, electrification and invisibility were spectacular quirks, Kaminari being able to serve as a human taser that could be a menace to anyone who relied on close-quarters combat, while Hagakure would be the perfect stealth hero. The problem is that in the quirk apprehension test, their quirks wouldn't be able to grant them any distinct advantages. "Please forgive me," he said, bowing before his two classmates, staring at the ground and unable to meet their gazes. "I'll do my best to provide advice from a physical perspective, but unfortunately there's nothing I can do in this situation when it comes to your quirks." "Come on, Izuku, don't be like that, you're doing your best here." Seven's words didn't make him feel any better. There were two things about Izuku that he held any amount of pride in: his tenacity and his abilities as a quirk analyst, and unfortunately the latter was currently failing not only him but two other aspiring heroes as well. "Hey, don't be like that, Midoriya," said Kaminari. "I mean, you're already doing more than I think anyone else was expecting of you." "I can't speak Hagakure, but I'm not gonna hold it against you. I mean, someone has to lose. Might as well be the guy who can't use his quirk without risking turning himself stupid." "Kaminari's right," chimed in Hagakure. "Well, mostly right. Aizawa-sensei's made it clear that this is what the hero course is like, and besides, it's not like you can save everyone, right?" Bakugu, unbeknownst to everyone else, actually winced at that. That was probably the worst thing that someone could have said to Deku at that very moment, but he was going to keep his mouth shut. Deku could stand up for himself after all. Izuku was silent for a moment. "Even so, Hagakure, I'm still gonna try," he said quietly. "If you're done with your little group meeting, we need to get back to work," said Aizawa drily. It's illogical to assume that villains are going to give you all the time in the world. Looking to his side, he could also tell that Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were clearly getting tired of waiting too. If he noticed the look of contempt on Midoriya's face when his students turned to look his way, he didn't comment on it. After the dash came the grip strength test. Izuku immediately got to work advising his classmates who had applicable quirks for this situation. Jiru's jacks wrapping around the device alongside her hand to increase the gripping power, Shuji's large arms and Kirishima's hardened muscles put in a lot of work. Sata took a reasonable amount of sugar from a packet he was carrying in his pocket that helped with his strength. Dark Shadow put in as much power as it could, Siro's tape. Well, an attempt was made with Siro's tape, and then subsequently came a mess with Siro's tape. Izuku decided to push his limits, channeling as close as he could to 10% of one for all to where he could still move even if it hurt a little in the process as he squeezed down. During the last couple seconds he upped the percentage to 10 in order to get the score as high as possible before letting go. He clenched his fist a few times to ease the cramping. The only one to get close to his score was Yaoyorozu, who created a device to do the grip test for her. Then came the standing long jump. Siro immediately got to not only redeem himself for the grip strength debacle while also showing off the absolute range his quirk gave him by grabbing some distant trees with his quirk and launching him forward over the sandbox. After, passive-aggressively, confirming with Aizawa that it'd count as a pass so long as someone made it across without actually directly touching the sand of the sandbox, Izuku directed Mineta to toss his ball into the pit and bounce on them across. Tokoyami, Ida, Uraraka, Kaken, Aoyama, and Azui were all smart enough to clear the jump on their own even without Izuku's help. Shuji unfortunately was too top-heavy and lacked the leg strength to make the leap. Sata made the decision to hold off on using his sugar and save it for later, having faith in his muscles as they were. He also didn't make it. Izuku did his best to cheer on Kaminari and Hagakure, but neither of them were able to make it across either. Izuku didn't really struggle, himself to his limits again with one for all and clearing the jump. Honestly, when it came to repeated side steps, the only ones who got a chance to shine were Katsuki, Izuku, and Mineta, their quirks being the ones best used for this test thanks to Katsuki's explosions launching him back and forth, Mineta using 2-ball to bounce himself back and forth at a frankly ridiculous speed, and Izuku using 1 for all to make himself faster, though he did lag behind the other two, much to Kaken's smugness, which was enough to fire Izuku up. The moment it was time for the ball throw, Izuku marched up to Aizawa and practically yanked the ball from his hand before getting into position. Gripping the ball in his hand, Izuku pushed full cowl to the point where it felt like his muscles were going to come apart at the seams before throwing it with all his might. Aizawa held up a score showing in the 900s. Izuku smugly stuck his tongue out at Kaken before falling to the ground. "What's the matter, Midoriya? Unable to continue, giving up before the test is even over?" asked Aizawa, looming over the boy and staring at him judgmentally. Izuku kept eye contact with the man for about 20 seconds before taking a deep breath and sitting up. He walked back to the others, doing some stretches to deal with the persisting tension in his muscles. Everything was starting to ache, but there's no way he was going to give Aizawa the satisfaction by slowing down now. Just try to avoid doing something that'll get you sent to the nurse's office. You don't want to see what that crazy nurse's cane can do when she gets mad. Trust me, I've seen All Might earn that lady's ire enough times to know what I'm talking about. Izuku tuned out the sounds of 7th smacking 5th over the head for insulting recovery girl as he turned his attention to his classmates so he could guide them through this test too. Siro shone once more as he used his tape to swing and launch the ball farther than his arm would accomplish alone. Yaoyorozu shocked everyone by creating an entire cannon to launch the ball out of before being outdone by 2 more of their classmates. First Koda by calling upon a bird to take the ball as far away as it could, easily outdoing Izuku's score, and then both of them were surpassed when Ochako sent her own ball into orbit, nabbing a score of infinity. Several boys made a solemn vow to never PSS her off, lest they risk joining that ball. Todoroki did his best, but launching the ball with ice wasn't enough to catch up to Yaoyorozu. Ida was thankful for Izuku's advice when it came to this test. He'd never considered using his kicks to launch something before, and he was certain that he wouldn't have scored nearly as good had he relied on just his arms. Next came the sit-ups. Izuku, being an expert thanks to his old workout plan growing up coupled with one for all, managed to outdo everyone, even Yaoyorozu, who created some sort of weird contraption to do sit-ups for her. He should introduce her to Hatsum. With a quirk like that, those two would get on like fire on a house. Elsewhere, Higuri Majima felt a strange sense of dread fill his body as he finished extinguishing the fire in the support course lab. Hatsum had been here for less than an hour and already something had exploded for the third time. She was setting a brand new record and he hated it. And something about this feeling made him think that things were only going to get worse from here. Izuku grunted as he finished doing his set of sitting toe touches. Running his muscles ragged had made this test absolutely miserable. What's even the point of this one? I feel like there's not a quirk out there that could help in a test like this. Tiger from the Wild Pussycats. His quirk would be perfect for this. Countered Izuku. Touché. Izuku stood up and decided to do a few more stretches as he waited for everyone to finish up before the final test, the long-distance run. The test would end once everyone ran out of stamina. Pretty sadistic to make this the final test after having everyone do 7 other exercises leading up to it. As he got into position, the sound of Kaken's voice grabbed his attention. "You have got to be kidding me." Confused, Izuku turned his head to where his rival's voice was coming from, and was that a motorized bike? Once she finished assembly, Yaoyorozu wiped the sweat off her brow before mounting her creation. "There's no way that can be allowed," said Kaminari. "She created it with her quirk, so I'll allow it," chimed in Aizawa, much to the displeasure of almost the entire class. "Ponytail can have her special bike," said Kaken, ignoring Yaoyorozu repeating Ponytail, while she looked at him in confusion as he got into position. "I'm not gonna be shown up." Izuku scoffed in amusement. "Good luck with that, Kaken. I've been jogging since I was 5 years old. I can definitely outlast you. I'd like to see you try, Deku." "Less talking the talk," said Aizawa, cutting into the boys' conversation, "and more walking the walk. Or more accurately, jogging. Begin." With that, everyone took off, jogging at relatively the same speed to conserve energy. They all continued to run and run and run, until some of them stopped having the energy to go on. First was Mineta. Unsurprisingly, his smaller frame wasn't really built for extended physical activity after all, credit where it was due for trying at least. Once the first was down, others began to drop like flies. Jairu, Kaminari, Hagakure, Aoyama, and Koda, basically those who lacked quirks that required much muscle to use, all went down in pretty quick succession. Ochako, Ashido, Satu, Ajui, Shuji, and Siro all dropped out next. They were all fit, but still their stamina had limits. Tokoyami and Todoroki were next to go, the only ones other than Yaoyorozu who had been able to use their quirks consistently to aid them. Todoroki used his ice to keep himself cool, while Dark Shadow would occasionally take over and walk for Tokoyami using her hands, but even they eventually ran out of steam due to it being noon by this point, which was basically the worst possible time for Dark Shadow to be challenging her endurance. Kirishima, Ojiro, and Ida were next, the 2 other students who had clearly put in tons of work training their entire bodies, and Ida, the one whose quirk was all about his legs. Commendable efforts to them to be certain, but no match against Yaoyorozu having a vehicle and Izuku and Kaken both just being painfully stubborn. "You're looking tired, nerd. Ready to give in yet?" asked Katsuki. "Did hell freeze over since we started jogging?" retorted Izuku. "Maybe I'll change my mind if we spot a flying pig along the way. Perhaps it'd be for the best that both of you stop. You've already long since outdone everyone else before this leg of the test even began. I fail to see the need to continue pushing yourselves like this," chimed in Yaoyorozu. "Piece us off, Ponytail. I don't want to hear that from the girl who's not even running," snapped Bakugu. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku could tell that Kaken's words left Yaoyorozu feeling slightly dejected. "Don't mind him, he's just not used to not having the best quirk in the class. I have to say though, yours is quite impressive. I have so many questions about the mechanics of your quirk," said Izuku. That seemed to make her feel better. "Anyone ever tell you you're too nice for your own good?" "Occasionally, yeah," admitted Izuku. "Not that I'm going to let that stop me." He could hear a chuckle. "Fair enough. The jogging continued until Yaoyorozu's bike suddenly came to a stop. "Oh dear, out of gas," she said, and the moment she stepped off to deal with that, Aizawa's voice could be heard. "That's enough, Yaoyorozu, come join your classmates." This surprised the recommended student. "But all I need to do is refuel and I can continue." "If one of your classmates got to stop and rest they could continue too. Your bike is out of gas and thus so are you," retorted Aizawa. Dejectedly, Yaoyorozu nodded her head. "Yes, sir." She then made her way back to where the rest of her class watched Midoriya and Bakugo continue to run. "What the hell are those maniacs made of?" asked Kaminari. "Pure, unfiltered manliness," said Kirishima. Ashido snorted in amusement. "Do you know any other adjectives besides manly, Kirishima? Does unmanly count?" "Those are the only two adjectives I need," he declared. Jairu leaned over to Yaoyorozu. "Who's gonna explain to them that pure and unfiltered are also adjectives?" That earned chuckles from her and Kaminari, who was close enough to overhear. "Seriously though, they've been at this for over an hour," said Ochako as she watched the boys add another lap to their count. "I'm pretty sure that the only way one will stop is if the other straight up collapses. Or if Aizawa is merciful enough to end their suffering early. So they'll only stop when one of them passes out then," said Hagakure. "Yup," said Ochako drily, much to the amusement of most of those present. After another 20 minutes and an entire tic-tac-toe tournament hosted amongst the class, which Jairu very proudly won, something finally gave. That something being Izuku's leg muscles. Looks like the strain of using his quirk finally caught up to him as he straight up face planted in the dirt. The moment Midoriya was down, Bakugo immediately stopped a good 2 paces later, turning to look at Midoriya as he proudly flipped him off. And down he went. Aizawa sighed before looking to his students. "Uraraka, Shuji, use your quirks to fetch them." "Yes, sir." The two set off, returning not long after with the exhausted boys in tow and laying them on the ground. "Todoroki, use some ice to cool them down," instructed Aizawa, nodding towards the pair. Todoroki quietly followed the instructions, creating a small wall of ice between the exhausted boys. "You two can take 5 to rest while I have the points calculated." One quick rest later and the boys were able to stand up and hear the final conclusion. "After 8 tests and a very long 2.5 hours, I'm ready to let you all see the final results," said Aizawa before clicking a button on the device he was holding. A hologram then popped up for everyone to see. Quirk apprehension test results. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shuji, Ijiro Kirishima, Uchako Uraraka, Mashireo Ojiro, Mina Ashido, Tsuyu Azui, Antasiro, Rikido Sat, Koji Koda, Yuga Oyama, Kyokujiro, Minoru Mineta, Denki Kaminari, Toru Hagakure. Everyone turned to look at Hagakure, who wasn't saying a word. Thanks to her quirk, nobody could tell what kind of expression was on her face either. She simply stood there, perfectly still, or at least that's what most of her classmates believed, but a certain one amongst them had developed a knack for reading body language due to years of dodging the ire of quirkist bullies and teachers. Gently, Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. He could be embarrassed about getting this close to a girl some other time. Right now there was someone in front of him suffering and he couldn't help but reach out to them. "Hagakure, I'm sorry dash." "Hagakure." Aizawa's voice cut him off. "You placed last in the quirk apprehension test. Midoriya, you decided to offer advice to her. In accordance with the rules, I placed you two are to be expelled from UA." Izuku bit into his lips so hard it nearly drew blood. He could hear Hagakure sniffling next to him, and noticed the ground at her feet was now wet in a few small spots, as if droplets of water had fallen to the dirt from her face. Around him most of their class watched on, most feeling bad for the duo, save for Todoroki who didn't seem to care and Yaoyorozu who seemed unconcerned. "Forgive me, I wish there was something I could have done," said Izuku quietly to the crying girl who just had her dreams crushed. "Quick, go to Tashinori. Maybe he can put in a word to the principal and have you re-enrolled." What's to stop Aizawa from just expelling him again? And that's assuming the principal would even listen to him. He may be the #1 hero, but this is UA and it's also his first year teaching. But still, there has to be something is what I would say if my threat of an expulsion hadn't just been a logical ruse. What? Asked Izuku, looking away from his classmate towards his teacher, who was now giving him the smile of a man who felt very proud of himself for some reason. I wasn't planning on actually expelling the loser, I just said that to get you all to bring out your best efforts. Explained their teacher. Honestly, said Yaoyorozu shaking her head, use your brains everyone, it should have been clear that it was a ruse. To Izuku's side, Hagakure abruptly collapsed to her knees in relief. Izuku barely noticed, his arms simply falling down and resting at his side as he continued to stare at the teacher. Congrats Izuku! Cheered Ochako. You get to stay at UO. She moved to his side, expecting to see a relieved look on his face. Instead she saw something very, very different. A look of pure rage and hatred was all that she could see on the kind-hearted boy's face. She didn't think someone as kind as him was even capable of such an expression. He then started walking forwards towards the teacher. Ochako made the smart decision to step out of his way. Izuku? You all good? 7th, look at the face he's making and ask that question again. I don't even need to be in his head to see how the kid's feeling right now. Tread carefully Izuku, you narrowly escaped expulsion, it would be dangerous to test your luck. Quiet. That single word from their successor was enough to shut all the vestiges up. Aizawa then noticed the approaching boy. Midoriya? Is there something you'd like to dash? Don't feed that bullshit to us, Aizawa. Izuku practically snarled out, much to the surprise of the rest of the class. Much like Ochako, most of them were seeing this side of their classmate for the first time. Aizawa almost reflexively activated his quirk and capture weapon before realizing that Midoriya had stopped moving as soon as he reached the front of the class. The others might not know the truth, but I sure as hell do. I know about how you expelled your entire class on the first day last year. Surprise was stacked upon surprise there, as the color straight up drained from Yaoyorozu's face as she quickly learned that she misread the entire situation. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at the boy. Really, Midoriya? Is that how you want to do this? Are you that dead set on being a problem child? He asked drily. Izuku barked out a humorless laugh. What's the matter? Not used to having students stand up to you? Honestly, I'm not surprised. This is the best hero school in Japan, after all. Place that All Might himself studied. I'm sure you've had lots of experience walking over and crushing the dreams of countless students since you began working here. It's what teachers do best after all. He gestured to Toru, who had yet to stand back up and was simply watching Izuku. Did you feel good about yourself? Get a good and hearty chuckle from making one of your students cry because you let her think that her future had been ruined within the very first day of her attending high school? Katsuki sighed and shook his head. He knew Deku had been keeping a lot bottled in since middle school, and it looks like their shitty homeroom teacher was the dumbass who finally cracked the DMN dam. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm here. I came to this school because I had hoped that UA would be different, but it's starting to become clear to me that no matter where I go, it's always the same. Schools are just playgrounds for miserable BSTRDS like you to single out and torment children. Izuku's breathing was becoming heavy. The kid was releasing so much pent-up stress and anger all at once he felt like he was gonna pass out, but he refused to do anything other than stand his ground. So, that's the expectations of teachers that you've come to develop? Asked Aizawa. Midoriya said nothing, only glaring at the teacher in response, which caused the man to sigh. I can't say that I blame you, going off what I learned about what you went through in the past. What? Asked Izuku, not entirely sure what the man was implying. Aizawa's response was to pull out a remote and point it at the main campus building. The outer wall of the building then opened up to reveal a large monitor to the students, who all stared at it in shock. They have a giant TV inside the school? How effing rich is this place? The television then flickered on, revealing a news broadcast to the students. Izuku and Katsuki's eyes widened as they realized what location was being filmed. We're here live at Aldra Junior High School, reporting on its permanent closing and arrest of all faculty for evidence of quirkism and abuse towards their students, as well as a variety of crimes on a case-by-case basis. What the hell? Asked Izuku slowly as he continued to watch. He could see the police escorting the teachers out of the school and into their vehicles. With us is Pro Hero and UA faculty member, Hound Dog. Mr. Hound Dog, would you be willing to share your thoughts on Aldra and its actions? Positively disgusted, snarled the dog man. As the UA guidance counselor, I pride myself in helping students work through the traumas that manifest in the road to becoming a hero. To see fellow teachers abusing their authority and tormenting their students for such asinine reasons such as how they were born makes me ashamed to even call them teachers. That's why UA made sure to uncover everything we could about these villains to make sure that even those who don't go straight to jail will have great difficulty ever finding employment again. The reporter lady seemed like she wanted to say something else, but she was cut off by the TV going dark. That was played on every TV on the campus just now because the principal wanted a very important lesson to be learned by every student on the campus, from the business department first years to the hero course third years. Discrimination is something that villains do, something that UA doesn't tolerate. Izuku, what's Aizawa getting at with this? Ochako was the one to voice the fact that many of the students present were lacking context. And Kaken was the one who was kind enough to provide it. Deku and I were students at Aldra. Well, he provided some context anyways. Aizawa looked at his students, deciding to pull their attention away from the problem child and back to him by speaking up. If you want honesty, I'll give it to you. My intention wasn't to expel whoever came in last. Rather, that threat was your first test of many to make sure all of you were serious about becoming heroes. If any of you had made the mistake to not take this seriously, regardless of your placement, you would have been kicked to the curb faster than you could say, plus ultra. But each of you gave it your all even when your quirk wasn't suited for the challenge. That's why you're all still here. Being a hero is a dangerous profession, and I'll be damned if my negligence is the reason a student manages to graduate only for me to see your names in the obituaries shortly after. He then focused his attention on Midoriya. Midoriya, there's more that I'd like to discuss with you specifically. Everyone else clean up and head back to class. Feeling the eyes of his students practically boring into him, he sighed before clarifying. He's not in trouble. There's just things that I'd like to discuss with him in private and preferably away from prying eyes and ears. Slowly the students all walked away, Todoroki being the first to leave and most others following close after, talking amongst themselves about the test, their performances, and probably their thoughts on the various bombshells that had been dropped on them all. Soon there were only 4 people left, Aizawa and Izuku obviously, but right behind Izuku was Katsuki and Ochako. Izuku sighed and looked over his shoulder at Katsuki. I'll be fine, Kaken. You go head back with the others. Don't tell me what to do, Deku. Yeah, Izuku probably should have seen that response coming. When he turned his head towards Ochako, he didn't even get the chance to say anything. No way, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here with you, Izuku. Izuku sighed before turning back to Aizawa. Well, if it's just my secrets you're talking about, then whatever you have to say to me I suppose you can say in front of them too. You gave up pretty quickly. I'm too tired to try to fight either of them on this. Izuku deadpanned mentally. If you insist, replied Aizawa with a tired eye roll at the dramatics of his students. It has to do with your quirk. I'm assuming that what you displayed today is the most you can use without hurting yourself. Izuku sighed and nodded his head. Yeah, it is. I'm doing my best to raise the limit though. The only way to really do that though is with practice. Aizawa let out a hum and nodded his head. Don't ever stop trying to improve because you think you're good enough. You have a lot less experience with your quirk than your peers. I'd also advise we schedule you for quirk counseling, since you almost certainly never received that as a child, right? Izuku took what he said into consideration. It's true that I need quirk counseling, but I'm certainly hesitant to trust him to do it. He thought to himself. Izuku? No, let him keep going. I'm starting to find him ripping into authority figures entertaining. What? Because it's a nice change of pace from him trying to take the PSS out of you in third? After all, he's already proven that he's more than willing to lie for the sake of a lesson, so who's to say this isn't another elaborate trap? Izuku. Especially since he was more than willing to single me out in front of everyone else without any clear reason beyond potentially him committing to the bit, and with him being able to deactivate my quirk, I'm not sure what I'd be able to do if DU. A smack to the back of his head snapped him out of the mumble storm he had trapped himself in. He blinked as he looked at Kaken, who still had his arm half raised after he physically returned him to reality, and Ochako, who was staring at him in concern. He turned to Aizawa, who seemed to be wearing an expression of guilt. It was hard to tell with the man. Twice in one day? Damn it, Deku, you need to get a grip. I was talking out loud. It wasn't even a question, everyone with eyes or ears would have noticed Izuku go full motor mouth on them. Aizawa sighed. The counseling won't be with me, it'll be with Hound Dog and the principal, would that make you feel better? The man sounded like someone who just kicked a small animal by accident and was now regretting their existence. Izuku nodded his head, keeping his mouth clamped shut lest he say something stupid again. Aizawa nodded his head in response. All right, you can head back to class now. After a moment of silence, Izuku turned and walked away, followed closely by Ochako and Katsuki. Aizawa waited until they were out of earshot before speaking. You can come out now, All Might. From around the corner of a nearby wall out stepped Toshinori. Given your track record, I couldn't help but want to see how you'd treat this year's Class 1A. Admitted the man. Translation: you were worried about me trying to come up with a reason for Midoriya to be expelled simply because he's your student. The silence was very telling. I will admit that even after you claimed he was a very different kind of person than you, I still had my doubts, especially after the incident with the zero-pointer, though realistically that one can be chalked up to the rashness of the situation coupled with his own inexperience using his quirk. I suppose I felt the need to test for myself what the successor to the symbol of peace had to offer. And how did young Midoriya do on that specialized little test of yours? Asked Toshinori. The kid went positively plus ultra, replied Aizawa, absolutely refusing to back down from helping people that, for all intents and purposes, he should have been trying to compete against while also having the ability to not drag them down with him. For someone so inexperienced with his own quirk, he's learning to master it shockingly fast while also being able to understand and aid others in using quirks that they've had for at least 2/3 of their lives. The boy's a genius when it comes to quirks. Take a look in one of his analysis notebooks and you'll see what I mean. A pretty good artist too, to be honest. Aizawa could hear the proudness in the man's voice. It was so wholesome it made him want to vomit. I will admit though, being compared to the teachers from Aldra was certainly more hurtful than I expected it to be. Given what the boy's been through, you practically preying upon his personal traumas probably earned you that comparison. Admitted Toshinori. Honestly, despite his opinions on the man, he was still the #1 hero at the end of the day, and hearing that from him of all people definitely stung. I know I'm not the best teacher, but I have enough pride in the profession to be angry at educators who don't have their students' best interests at heart. And at that moment I lacked a convincing argument to separate myself from them. There was a moment of silence between the two men, one that All Might eventually decided to break. I'm obviously a far less experienced teacher, so I'm unsure whether or not you'd like to hear this from me, but if I'm being honest, when it came to teaching young Midoriya how to use his quirk, I was an absolute failure. Aizawa looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. Besides the muscle-building training in order to prepare his body for his quirk's activation, my advice for him using his quirk was simply the phrase, clench your butt cheeks and yell, smash, from the depths of your heart. Given the self-destructive nature of his quirk, I don't think I have to explain how horribly the practical exam would have gone for him had he not figured out how to use his quirk at a lower output on his own. Toshinori felt slightly guilty about being indirect on how Izuku learned to use One for All, but he decided to still stick as close to the truth as possible for the sake of the message he was trying to convey to his fellow teacher. Once he explained what happened, I've been throwing myself much harder into teaching. I've even been reading books about education. If what Midoriya said truly bothers you, try and fix it. Eraserhead took a moment to digest All Might's advice before sighing, guess I have to go plus ultra myself. Tashinori chuckled. They may say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I say you're never too old to keep improving. With all due respect, All Might, I get the feeling you're much older than I am. Now it was Tashinori's turn for someone's words to hurt him. The three students made it to the classroom at last and found everyone still there. Well, almost everyone. Todoroki was long gone by this point. Once they entered, their heads all turned to look at Izuku expectantly. Izuku asked as he looked at them in confusion, worried he'd offended them somehow. This feels familiar somehow. Bro, are you okay? Asked Kirishima. Aizawa-sensei got really intense back there, Kaminari said, scratching the back of his head. We were all kinda worried about ya. Izuku sighed, the emotional exhaustion setting in. Katsuki rolled his eyes before making his way to his seat. It wasn't anything as intense as it was with the QA. Aizawa-sensei just wanted to schedule me for Quirk counseling, which, honestly, I need. This definitely surprised the class. Yaoyorozu, already having her expectations thrown out the window once today, was struggling with it happening again, but you got first place on the test, and you broke All Might's record on the entrance exam. Surely you of all people don't need Quirk counseling at this age. Izuku shook his head as he elaborated, I never had it before. My quirk was dormant most of my life. I thought I was quirkless until about a year ago. It wouldn't activate until my body was strong enough to handle its power, and I was only able to meet the physical strength requirement for it to awaken shortly before the written exam. It was deathly silent as everyone processed this. A couple jaws had dropped at that bombshell. You went to the entrance exam and you only had your quirk for a couple of hours? Ashido exclaimed in shock. Dude, that sounds metal as hell. Chimed in Jair. Ida hung his head. If you were that inexperienced, of course you would be nervous. Now that I know this, my behavior towards you transcends rudeness into borderline bullying. Given that you were considered quirkless, the argument could be made that I was committing a hate crime. He was utterly devastated by the realization. And oh, Ida, don't be like that. You didn't know better, and I've already made it clear that I'm not upset with you over that. Replied Izuku, waving his hands as he tried to reassure his classmate. Hate crime? Aldra, oh shit. Mineta said, seemingly coming to a realization. The way Izuku winced at the school's mention confirmed his suspicion while Bakugo went out the door. Having gathered up his stuff, he didn't see any need to stay for this conversation. Wait, what about Aldra? Asked Ojiro, looking towards the shorter classmate in confusion. Well, we have a school that was just shut down by UA and whose faculty was arrested for quirkism and abuse of power towards students, explained Mineta before gesturing towards Izuku, and now we have a former student of the school in question who grew up being perceived as quirkless. Put 2 and 2 together to make 4, guys. The tension that hung in the air after the explanation was so thick you could cut it with a knife. And that's why you were so stressed out by Aizawa, said Ochako, doing her best to nicely word Izuku, nearly having a breakdown near the start of the QA. Izuku simply nodded his head in response. Frankly, if what little we heard about the school holds any weight, then it's a miracle that our peer here still walks the path of light rather than letting himself submit to darkness, said Tokoyami. So that's why you've been having to use your quirk at a lower percentage? Asked Hagakure. To avoid repeats of what happened with the 0-pointer? Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, I haven't had my power for long, so it'll probably take a while for me to draw out my full power. He clenched his fist a few times. I only took things that far with my quirk during the exam because I knew it was an all-or-nothing situation. Wait a minute, Ribbit, croaked out Azui. What % have you been using? Izuku paused before admitting, so far? About 9%, though I've been pushing to try and up it to 10 today. Honestly, I probably would have been able to outlast Kaken in the endurance test had I not overtaxed myself. He chuckled weakly as he remembered that long jog. His attempt at humor wasn't enough to draw everyone's attention from the acknowledgement of how much he'd been holding back against them all so far. What the hell? If that was you at less than 10%, you're gonna be a monster once you become capable of going all out. Commented Siro. Midoriya, said Shuji, grabbing everyone's attention. Bakugo mentioned that he was also an Aldra student, did he? No, Everyone was a little surprised by how quick he was to reject that notion. Kakin and I aren't friends, but he was the only person in that DMN school to take me and my desire to become a hero seriously. Plus, we've known each other our entire lives thanks to my mom being friends with his parents. Kirishima seemed kinda relieved at that. Thank God, Bakubro seemed like a pretty manly dude. It'd Isuke if it turned out he was a bully. I dunno man, he seems cordial with Midoriya, said Siro. But when I tried talking to him he called me tape face. What does that even mean? Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at that. Kakin isn't exactly one for names. Known him my entire life and he still calls me Deku. Yeah, I was curious about that actually. What kind of nickname is Deku? Asked Ochako. Oh, it was a nickname Kakin gave me when we were kids to make fun of me. It's an alternate reading of my name, though it does also just mean defenseless Izuku. Which, given we thought I was quirkless, well, explained Izuku with a nervous chuckle. This earned him a few raised eyebrows. Are you sure he's not secretly a bully? Asked Sadu. Using such a nickname to refer to someone you've known your whole life does not seem particularly heroic. Stated Ida. It just kinda stuck, and even when bullies at school started calling me that, Kakin refused to drop the nickname. It doesn't bother me when he uses it though. Admitted Izuku as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I think I like that name. Said Ochako. Sounds kinda like Dikairu. Gives off a real, you can do it, vibe, right? If you want to call me that, I won't stop you. Replied Izuku, and going off Ochako's grin she intended to do just that. Smooth as gravel kid. Once again, Izuku had to tune out the sound of Fifth getting his sheet kicked in by the other vestiges. What he didn't tune out was the sound of Ishido slapping her hands on the table. Speaking of bullies, screw Hobo-sensei, am I right? She declared. If he's gonna be like that, then I say we all become friends just to spite the BSTD, who wants to get some food together. I say that if we're all gonna be classmates going forward, we ought to get to know each other better. Izuku blinked in surprise at the suggestion before pulling out a bubblegum pink notebook from seemingly nowhere. Ochako practically leapt backwards in shock at the abrupt manifestation of the book. Can I ask you some questions about your quirk while we're out? Ishido blinked, just as thrown off as Ochako. I guess? Where the hell were you keeping Dash? Then I'm in. Said Izuku, a grin on his face at the prospect of learning more about his classmate's quirk. Some of the others exchanged glance, before Kaminari and Hagakure stood up. Hey, if Midoriya's in then you can count me in too. Totally. There's no way I'd miss out on something like this. Agreed Hagakure excitedly. Izuku was surprised to see them of all people agree to join in, and even more so when one by one, everyone else voiced their desires to join in on the little group get-together. Izuku couldn't help but smile and wonder to himself, did having friends always feel this great? Izuku's second day at UA was a lot less stress-inducing than the first. Mainly because he got to experience weirdly normal lessons this time. Besides having homeroom with Aizawa, there was English class with Yamada-sensei, the pro-hero present Mike. There was something to be appreciated about how enthusiastic of a teacher he was compared to Aizawa. Apparently he was also the one in charge of the reserve corps students of Class 1C. They had mathematics with Ectoplasm Sensei. Izuku had no idea what the pro's civilian name was, which shocked the rest of his classmates given his status as a hero quirk otaku. He had to remind them all that no amount of enthusiasm makes him all-knowing. Even then they seemed to have doubts. There was also modern hero art history with Kayama-sensei, the pro-hero Midnight. Despite such a unique-sounding subject, the teacher made sure to make it sound interesting for her students. When her outfit and mannerisms weren't making a decent chunk of the boys feel flustered. But why? I'd argue that this could be a good lesson on helping prepare students for the real world. Villains will be willing to use plenty of dirty tactics to distract heroes, including flaunting their bodies. The sooner the kids get accustomed to these kinds through their teachers, the less likely they are to get screwed over by a villain deploying these tactics. You just pulled that out of your butt so that you could get Izuku to keep staring at her for your own amusement, you pervert. Oh, up yours. Pass, you're not my type. Izuku subtly walled off the vestiges to let them have their fun, bickering inside his head so that he could actually focus on the lesson. Once noon rolled around, it was time for lunch. Class 1A made their way to the cafeteria to be served food by the school's chef, the pro-hero lunch rush. The man was an excellent chef on his own merits. Throw his quirk into the mix and the class practically dined like royalty. Izuku was pretty sure eating lunch rush's food was the happiest he'd ever seen Ochako. Nearly the entire class wanted to sit together. Unfortunately, the tables could only accommodate up to 12 students at a time, so they agreed to split off into smaller groups. Izuku found himself sitting with Ochako and Ida, of course, as well as Mineta, Hagakure, Shiro, and Ishido. Katsuki and Todoroki both went off on their own, but Kirishima seemed oddly determined to befriend the explosive blonde, and managed to convince Kaminari, who convinced Jairu, who convinced Yaoyorozu to go after and sit with him, much to Izuku's amusement and Katsuki's annoyance. The remaining 7 students found their own table close by to eat at. "You know, Ida, I'm surprised you were so chill with Kiyama-sensei," said Ishido between bites. "I know you've got metal in your legs, but I didn't think you were a full-on robot." If Ishido's words bothered Ida, he didn't show it. "I assure you, I am very human. As for why I can handle Kiyama-sensei's eccentricities, it's simply due to the fact that she and my brother are friends who went to UA together." Ida had a reminiscent expression on his face. "I remember when I was younger she would come over to work with Tensei on group projects." "Wait, your brother is a UA graduate?" That was news to their classmates. Most of them anyways. Izuku decided to chime in. "Ingenium, right? Current head of Team Ida-ten? I recognized that you were his brother yesterday when you introduced yourself. Having the same type of quirk helped too." Ida nodded his head. "That's correct. Tensei is my inspiration. I wish to become the same type of hero as him," he declared. "Ida," said Mineta, a slightly resentful look on his face. "Brother of a pro-hero, going to a fancy private school for junior high, having a history with one of UA's teachers, being born with a cool quirk, you're practically playing life on easy mode, aren't you?" That seemed to catch Ida off guard. I assure you, it wasn't my intention to claim that I was better than anyone due to my upbringing, and I know Kiyama-sensei would never dare to show bias towards me just because she's my brother's friend. Please treat me as if I was just another student." Mineta huffed before looking away. Izuku nudged the shorter boy with his elbow, giving him a disapproving look. Mineta stared back for a moment before sighing. "All right, sorry, Ida," he muttered quietly. Izuku decided to accept that for now. "Say, do you think your brother could hook us up with some spicy pictures of Kiyama-sensei? If you catch my drift." And cue Izuku face palming while the 3 girls present at the table gave Mineta the stink eye. 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. Hey, at least the kid has taste. The kid is also a pervert, same as you. Screw you too. You're not my type either, Fifth. Izuku wasn't sure which he'd rather sit through, the vestiges bickering or Ida's tirade against Mineta about the appropriate conduct of a hero. Well, at least UA continued to be interesting. Speaking of interesting, once lunchtime passed, it came time for the most interesting part of being a Hero Course student, Foundational Heroic Studies, and Izuku could already hear their teacher coming from down the hall. Entering the classroom like a normal person, declared All Might as he dramatically walked through the door of Class 1A wearing his Silver Age costume. Izuku's class were all shocked and awed by the fact that All Might would be their teacher, though a couple students were able to keep their composure better than others. The number 1 gave the students a moment to get the excitement out of their systems before speaking up. Teaching inexperience aside, the man knew how to work a crowd if nothing else. All right, 1A, for the Foundational Heroics class we'll be doing exactly what it says on the tin, building up your heroic foundations. The means of which being through various trials that'll be meant to both test and teach you. Today's trial? The trial of battle. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly. He couldn't see Katsuki's face, but he could easily tell the kind of expression he was making just by going off his body language. He was excited. And to go with your first trial, continued All Might, we've had special costumes created for each of you to accommodate your quirks based on the designs you submitted. With the click of a button, 5 compartments came out of the wall, each one containing 4 numbered suitcases. The suitcases are numbered based on your seating position. Come and get them," explained Aizawa tiredly. The students practically rushed over to grab their costumes before making a break to the locker rooms to get changed. "Kinda curious to see what you designed for your costume, I'll be honest." "Well, it's his first draft, so I doubt we'll be getting anything particularly groundbreaking, especially since he submitted it before he even got one for all." Izuku opened up the case to see the costume inside of it. He'd shown some of his initial designs to his mom and Yagi-sensei, wanting to get a second and third opinion for what would make for a good costume. Yagi-sensei had been relatively hands-off with the process, saying that a hero student's first costume was almost always drastically changed by the time they went pro. He had still been kind enough to answer Izuku's questions, which he had had plenty of. "Sixth has a point, I'll definitely need to upgrade in the future, but this should do for now. At the very least there's one part of this costume I'm really looking forward to," responded Izuku as he finished pulling on the initial green under fabric of his costume before moving to put on his belt, shoes, and protective pads over his knees and elbows. Finally it came to his protective face guard and mask. Once the guard was in place, he attached the mask and let it hang behind him like the hood of a jacket. He'd put it on all the way once he was heading out. The vestiges got a good look at the design though. "Don't tell me you actually based your costume off of All Might." Izuku decided to do as he was told, and simply remained silent. "I think it's sweet." "See, 8th is flattered too." "Yeah, well, you're obviously biased. To the rest of us that's just plain nerdy." Izuku decided not to engage with the teasing. Now for the big reveal, he thought as he grabbed the final piece of gear. It was the first piece of support gear he and Hatsum designed together. A pair of specialized gloves made to protect his joints and cushion his knuckles when he used his quirk. Attached to them was a note, introducing Hatsum Enterprises' first baby to receive field testing, the Green Wonders gloves. Made to serve as compression gloves and a layer of a proprietary liquid for cushioning, they'll make punching a breeze for those with strength enhancers that hit harder than the heroes can handle. Enjoy! Your support technician, Mei Hatsum, CEO of Hatsum Enterprises. Hatsum's antics put a smile on his face. It was very like her to make her note about the support gear they designed together sound like an advertisement. He pulled the gloves over his hands before moving out to meet his classmates, and together the 20 of them walked towards the field that would be hosting today's training exercise. As they walked, they could hear All Might's booming voice. "They say the clothes make the man, and I say these costumes certainly make each and every one of you kids heroes." The kids stepped out, and Izuku got to get a good look at the kinds of costumes his classmates were wearing. Conclusion: everyone looked amazing. Ojiro was dressed in martial arts garb, Ida's outfit was clearly based off Ingenium's, Jiraiya's outfit looked very punk rock, Aoyama looked almost like a sort of knight, Ochako looked, Izuku certainly wasn't expecting her costume to be so form-fitting. He was definitely doing his best to keep his gaze focused on her face though. "Oh great, dealing with a kid going through puberty for the 3rd time, whoopee fucking do. Maybe he'll look in a different direction. How does Yaoyorozu dash? Good God, what is that outfit?" Well, from what Izuku understood about her quirk, she needed to keep her skin exposed for optimal use of her quirk. That didn't change the fact that her costume left essentially nothing to the imagination. Maybe Izuku could recommend a poncho or something. "I love this school," said Mineta from next to him as he also stared at Yaoyorozu, though his shorter classmates seemed to be analyzing her in a very different way than Izuku was. Izuku rolled his eyes and turned his attention to All Might, who had cleared his throat to get the class's attention. "The plan for today's training is an indoor battle. After all, while outdoor fights might be easier to witness, it can be argued that many more crimes are enacted indoors," explained the teacher. "And unlike with the entrance exam, we won't be having you demolish robots. Instead you'll be splitting off into pairs of hero and villain teams to perform 2-on-2 indoor battles. Any questions? How will we determine the victors of each bout? Is it okay if we just blast the enemies away? Are you going to threaten to expel us too? How will you determine groups? Doesn't this cape look positively fabulous?" Izuku could see that All Might's smile was strained a little as he lifted his hands up. All right, one at a time, kids. I'm All Might, not all ears. That seemed to slow down the questions. With a sigh he said, to answer the questions I did here, that'll be explained soon. No, you need to have self-restraint when dealing with people, even villains, definitely not. That will also be explained in a moment, and your cape looks wonderful, young Aoyama. His answers seemed to appease the students. All Might then gestured towards a nearby building. Within that building there is a fake warhead placed that will be guarded by the villain team. The hero team's job is to capture the bomb within 15 minutes. Both teams will be given 5 minutes to strategize beforehand. If the villains either capture both heroes or fend them off for the duration of the battle, they'll win. If the heroes are able to secure the objective, in this case simply touching the fake bomb will count, then they will win. All Might quickly rummaged through his pockets before pulling something out. On the subject of capturing, we'll be using this special white capture tape. If you can wrap it around your opponent's body part, they'll be considered captured, and thus out for the duration of the trial. As for how your teammates and opponents will be determined, we'll be using the old reliable. He then pulled out a large white box. Where was he keeping this stuff? Lottery. All Might Sensei, interrupted Ida, chopping his hands with every word. Izuku couldn't even see his face, but he could probably tell what kind of face he was making under that helmet. With all due respect, that doesn't sound like a very efficient method. Think of it this way, Ida, said Izuku, doing his best not to focus on everyone looking his way as he spoke. When a crisis occurs, pros won't always have time to pick and choose. Their teammates will have to make do with what's on hand. After a moment's pause he then added, come to think of it, the same could be said for villains. They're not always going to be an intricate team with great quirk synergy, so this can serve as a lesson on both of those fronts. Not even All Might had thought of that. The man had to admit he was impressed with Izuku's creativity. I see, said Ida. Forgive me for the interruption, All Might Sensei, please continue explaining. All Might chuckled. Fret not, young Ida, it's a teacher's duty to answer questions after all. Now then, who's ready to draw some lots? The teacher held the box of names with one hand as he raised the other, wiggling his fingers a little in anticipation as an attention grabber before plunging it into the box. Out he pulled 2 slips of paper. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Izuku blinked in surprise before turning to Ochako, who had a grin on her face as she looked towards him. I'ma be real, I thought he'd be on Team I. Why? Because it's the 9th letter? Duh. 5th, I think you're a little too obsessed with connecting Izuku to the number 9. It's not an obsession. It's an observation. I swear the number 9 is legit drawn to this kid. Yesterday he was in a group of 18 kids his age, and what's 18 divided by 2? 9. Izuku decided it'd be best to block out 5th's weird conspiracy theory for now as he focused his attention back onto All Might, who finished determining the teams and was now about to announce the matchups. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Vs. Team H, Hantashiro and Tenya Ida. Team C, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shuji. Vs. Team F, Masahiro Ojiro and Mina Ishido. Team D, Koji Koda and Rikido Sado. Vs. Team I, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team G, Yuga Aoyama and Fumikage Tokoimi. Vs. Team B, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jair. Team E, Toru Hagakure and Eijiro Kirishima. Vs. Team J, Katsuki Bakugu and Tsuyu Azui. Izuku brought a hand up to his chin as he examined the list. There was certainly a plethora of fascinating matchups to be seen, partnerships with great synergy, partnerships with awful synergy. Matchups that definitely favored one team over the other, as well as matchups that theoretically were dead even. He was honestly a little excited to see how they would go. After his own, of course. Most of the students split off to their partners to discuss strategy, save for the couple of lone wolf-type personalities in their group, whose partners decided to leave them be and instead converse with each other since they weren't opponents. Ida and Shiro both entered the building to prepare for the battle trial while the rest of the students, sans Izuku and Ochako, made their way to a separate location that would allow for them to safely observe the match. "So, Deku, what's the plan?" asked Ochako. Izuku looked towards her, awaiting elaboration. Ochako held up the map of the building's layout that she'd been given by All Might before everyone had departed. "You're the Quirk expert here. I figured you'd already got a plan or three cooked up for how to defeat the Izero Wonder Duo." "Izero?" Izuku shook off his confusion before moving to see the map Ochako was holding. "Well, going off their quirks and personalities, my guess would be that dash. I'll use my tape to create a web of traps that'll be impossible for them to just float through using Uraraka's quirk," explained Hanta as he carried more stuff out of the large room they were in. "And with nothing in here for them to use as projectiles, it'll make getting to us and the bomb even harder." "Then are you even listening?" He pushed a button on the side of his tape-inspired helmet to move the visor away so he could see Ida, who had been pacing back and forth for a while now, a little better. Ida froze in place like he was a machine when Hanta addressed him directly. "Yes. Apologies, Shiro. I suppose I'm struggling with this exercise. I'm training to be a hero student after all. Playing the role of a villain, even for an exercise, feels counterproductive," he admitted almost bashfully. It was weirdly cute. Was that the word Hanta was looking for? "Whatever. Dude. Ida. You need to chill," he said flatly. "Come again?" asked Ida as he tilted his head to the side in confusion. Hanta pointed at him. "You, good sir, are taking this way too seriously." Ida actually seemed a little upset by that. "But this is our first real heroics lesson. Of course I am taking this seriously. We're at this school to become heroes, are we not?" Hanta rolled his eyes. "Exactly, it's our first lesson. This isn't a final test, it's not do or die. We won't get expelled if we lose and we're not gonna graduate with honors if we win." Ida crossed his arms in contemplation for a moment. "Very well, I will concede your point, even if I think it is good to give everything you do, everything you have at every given opportunity. That sounds like a good way to burn yourself out," mumbled Hanta under his breath as he shook his head. "However," continued Ida, "it doesn't change how I feel about acting as a villain." Hanta stared at him for a moment before getting an idea. "All right then, think of it like this. We're training to fight villains. To do that we'll need to know how villains think. Wouldn't playing the role of a villain and getting into character for it help us then mean we'll be better at beating them in the future? By that logic, this is a perfect lesson." To himself he thought, "Geez, Midoriya makes it seem like those motivational speeches come naturally to him." There was a moment of deafening silence as he waited for Ida to say something. Then he heard a chuckle, much to his confusion. That chuckle then quickly developed into full-on maniacal, nay, villainous laughter. "Mwaha! I see, Shiro. You have swayed my heart to darkness. If what you are saying is true, then I shall devote myself to being a true villain for the duration of this trial," he declared. Hanta stared at his laughing classmate for a moment, a little lost due to the sudden shift in personality. He then ultimately decided to roll with it, returning his helmet visor to its original position and joining him in the villainous laughter. "What the F am I watching?" asked Jairu as the students stared at the monitors that showed the laughing teens. "I think they just became friends," said Yayorozu uncertainly. "That's certainly a duo of personalities," said Kaminari as he scratched the back of his head, a confused but amused grin on his face. "I think it's neat. Opposites attract after all, and those two definitely feel like they're attracted to each other now," said Ishido. That caused a few students to look in her direction, unsure if she was aware of the way that sounded, but she was too busy watching the monitor to notice. "So she's a Fujoshi," mumbled Mineta to no one in particular, making Shoji regret standing as close to him as he did. First the comparison to an octopus and how that was CC, and now this. It made the tall teen shake his head as he decided to go stand somewhere else. All Might reached up and pressed a button on his earpiece. "Boys, I'm glad you're having fun, but you should know the trial will begin soon, so I'd advise that you finish preparing soon." Students might not be able to hear what the current trial goers were saying, but he could thanks to the earpieces they all were wearing. His words definitely got the reaction he was hoping for as the boys stopped laughing, and Zero seemed to actually panic slightly. Ah, crap baskets. Thanks for the heads up, sensei. The two boys then got back to work. All Might then shifted his attention back to Midoriya and Uraraka, who'd been discussing strategy this whole time. After a few more minutes passed, a small timer went off. He then reached up and spoke into his earpiece to all 4 students. Attention students, the trial will now begin. Best of luck to you all. Plus Ultra. Alright young Midoriya, showtime.